Good evening, Vacaville. This is the regularly scheduled City Council meeting, September 12th, 2023. And with that, can I have a roll call?
Council Agency Authority Member Stockton.
Here.
Ritchie. Silva.
Here.
Chapman.
Here.
Roberts.
Here.
Vice Mayor, Vice Chair Wiley.
Here.
Mayor Chair Cartley.
Here. Will you please stand with me for a moment of silence? Councilmember Ritchie, will you please lead us?
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Countless hours of practice and unwavering commitment to their craft paid off in the most extraordinary ways. The team's accomplishments are nothing short of remarkable. They dominated the District 64 tournament, displaying their prowess against formidable opponents. With each game, they grew stronger, showcasing their incredible abilities. Their exceptional teamwork and camaraderie allowed them to triumph over adversity and emerge victorious. But their journey didn't stop there. The Vacaville American Little League All-Stars advanced to the Section 1 tournament where they faced fierce competition from other exceptional teams. They demonstrated their resilience, mental fortitude, and exceptional skills, leaving their opponents and spectators in awe. Their performances on the field were nothing short of breathtaking. Through their hard work, dedication, and unwavering determination, they secured an incredible victory at the regional tournament, sending them to the Northern California State Tournament. Representing their community in the entire Vacaville American Little League, they showcased their talents, competing against some of the best teams in our state and finished second. Their season was filled with unforgettable moments. With each game, they displayed a remarkable level of sportsmanship, respect, and skill. They played with their hearts, leaving everything on the field. Their ability to stay focused under immense pressure and their unwavering belief in themselves and each other propelled them forward. The 2023 Vacaville American Little League 12 and under All-Star team has left an indelible mark on our community, their league, and the world of competitive youth baseball. Their achievements are a testament to their talent, dedication, and the unwavering support of their families, coaches, and community. Today, we celebrate these young athletes and their remarkable journey. Let us applaud their achievements, honor their commitment, and wish them continued success in all their future endeavors. These young stars have proven that with passion, determination, and a united team, anything is possible. Vacaville is proud of you.
What I'm going to do now is I'm going to call your names, but I'm going to come forward, so I won't have the mic, but you will come up and receive this commendation. For certain, there's more to be said, but this is really a proud moment when you think of a community, sports and family activities, and the achievements that you have accomplished really make a community proud, but it also shows what teamwork looks like, and we couldn't be prouder. And so we just wanted to be able, as a council, to ensure that you were properly recognized for recognizing the City of Vacaville in this great league of yours. This is in recognition, it's a mayor's commendation in recognition of outstanding achievements. And I'll just read it. The 2023 Vacaville American Little League, congratulations on your successful season with the Vacaville American Little League 12 and under All-Stars. I commend your dedication, teamwork, and community engagement through competitive youth baseball. Thank you for showcasing your talent, sportsmanship, and victory for Vacaville. Signed, John Carley, your mayor. And to all the families and the parents and the coaches that make this happen, this is what community is. And so we just couldn't be any prouder. So I'm going to come forward. I will call your name. You will come receive a commendation. Thank you. And then that this is on. And because I want you all to stand up front once I give you your certificate. So with that, Nick Barlow, come on down. He's the only one. Look at that. All right, we were busy, so we didn't get that one. So we'll move right along, and that's going to be RJ Batista. Come on down. And Jackson Bergantz. Here. Mason Brearley. Jack Cooper. Congratulations. Drake Cuthbertson. Congratulations. I like the high fives over there too. That's good coaching right there. You're proud, I'm sure. Nash Harper. Carson Moore. Connor Moore. Asa Murphy. Peyton Murdershaw. Congratulations. And Jack Wilcox. Congratulations. This really does represent the city of Vacaville. When we can come together and celebrate the achievements of our youth, it really does emphasize the programs, and we couldn't make it possible without the inclusion of a community that comes out and supports and the coaches that give of their time. And so with that, Logan, I'd like to ask you to share a few words if you can come to the podium. Afterwards, we'll make sure we take a photo. This is your team. Congratulations.
Well, thank you, Mayor Carley. First of all, thank you, City of Vacaville, specifically Mr. Roy Stockton, but everyone. This was actually 2 years, more than 2 years in the making, to be honest. These boys have been around the program for quite a while, and I won't take too much of your time, but Roy said it great, so did Mayor Carley. A lot of the conversation was obviously about baseball, but a lot of it was about what they're representing on the front of their jerseys. And that's why all of us coaches are very proud of what they've accomplished. And I don't know if they realize it yet. They've made great memories for myself as well as the parents. And I certainly think they'll look back on this with great pride because they've represented themselves, in my opinion, very, very well. So just short story. But before I get there, I do want to recognize the coaches that obviously we put in as much time as anybody they do. These boys are out there all the time. They do a great job. The parents getting them everywhere. But that's Coach Scott Murdershaw. And Coach Adam Brearley. From the records that I could find through the Little League database, Little League Baseball has been involved in Vacaville since 1953. My father played in Vacaville Little League. Myself, I played in Vacaville Little League. And this team made it the second furthest of any team ever from Vacaville. So I don't know if they're aware of that, but I hope they remember that. It's something that was just awesome to see. And so again, very proud of you guys. Thank you, City of Vacaville, once again. We had a send-off party, gathering at the ranch, Alamo Plaza, before we left, and it was awesome to see Roy out there, as well as other council members, City of Vacaville residents, and it was just a great feeling to see that the City of Vacaville was behind these boys because they deserved it. So again, thank you all, and great job, boys.
Thank you. Let's take a picture. Parents, it's a good photo op right now. If you want to get a picture, might as well. They deserve it. All right, thank you very much. Good job, guys. Bye, guys. That's right. Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations, man. Congratulations. Good job. Congratulations. All right. That's fun.
Always. That's what it's about.
That absolutely represents what's the very best of a community. So sometimes we're stuck in a lot of business, but this presentation is worthwhile. So as we allow them to leave and reassemble, we will be moving on to our second presentation as we prepare. And when it's appropriate, Mr. City Manager. The next presentation we have, I'd like to invite Judith Franco to come. Judith? This presentation is the Vacaville Police Department Youth Development Program update. And I see our Chief of Police, Ian Smutzler, as well.
Mayor Carly, Vice Mayor Wiley, members of the council, thank you so much for having us. I'd like to introduce our Clinical Services Division Manager, Paula Ledoux, and our Youth Development Program Coordinator, Judith Franco, for this presentation. I'll let them have it.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. Thank you for having me here. My name is Judith Franco, and I oversee all of our youth development programs for the police department. And we do have a brief update, so I am thankful to be able to be here and tell you all the great things we've done over the last year. Paula is getting ready the PowerPoint. So in the last year, these are some of the programs that we've been implementing, but from January through July 31st, we've served 173 young people, and these are unduplicated youth through some of the programs. One of them being the Police Activities League, where we're really looking to build the bonds between cops and kids through a variety of enriching activities such as field trips, youth development conferences, general teen meetings, and special events. Additionally, this summer, we hosted our 6th annual Summer at City Hall program. We had 20 young people from Vacaville and Unified School District that participated in this program. And through the partnership with Vacaville Unified, we were able to offer a classroom setting for the students where they learned about city government, how to be engaged in their community. And in addition, we had many of our city departments actually provide an internship for the students. So there was a lot of hands-on learning for the young people that were involved in Summer at City Hall. And one of our big programs each year is our Junior Giants, and I'll talk a little bit more about that. But we served 107 kids through that program specifically. Some of our successes this year. So late last year, our Vacaville PAL board applied for the ARPA grant through the City of Vacaville, and the City Council was very gracious and awarded our PAL board $216,000. And I wanted to give you an overview on what we've utilized that funding for. So one of the things that we did that has been instrumental in helping our program grow is the purchase of 2 PAL vans. So we now have 2 8-passenger vans. We had 1, now we're up to 3, which we're able to drive more young people around. As you see in the audience, we have about 14 of our PAL team members that all came in these vans today. So it really has been helpful to get students to conferences, to our meetings, and special events. So thank you for that. Additionally, some of the students that are present today, they actually have been able to participate in youth development conferences. One of them being a conference in Maryland. They actually went this summer and they learned about how to be a youth leader and how to bring that back into their community and help the community grow. And what was really neat, they weren't just at that youth summit, but they also were able to go into Washington, D.C. and explore. Some of the students had never been on an airplane, had never been out of California. It was a really neat experience for them. But not only that, they also were able to meet with Congressman Mike Thompson. So they were able to have that meeting with him and talk to them about the PAL program, and that was a really great experience. So we had 8 students, an officer, a community service officer, and then one of our PAL members attend that conference. This summer, we also took our students camping. Some students had been camping before, others had not. But with this specific program through California state parks, our students are learning how to set up their tents, how to cook their own meals. They're washing their own dishes. So they're really outdoor and experimenting what it's like to do camping. And that was a really neat experience for them. And for all of these conferences, we generally have at least 1 or 2 officers with the students. So we're helping really just build those relationships. And the third conference is Life After High School. That one was in Southern California. And they learned about leadership, how to get into college, but not only college, also vocational or tech schools, careers, just so that they get exposure to a variety of things. If they don't want to go straight into college, there's other opportunities. So that's one thing I do like about this conference. It's through the California Police Activities League. And we were able to utilize the vans to take 12 of our students there. And Junior Giants, I just want to give you a little bit of a glimpse at our program. So again, 107 students served this summer. It's an 8-week non-competitive baseball and softball program. What's really neat about it is that there's no skills necessary. We have some young people that are grabbing a bat for the very first time. They're not sure what they're doing, but our coaches and our officers are really guiding them through the 8 weeks so that they can learn some of these skills. And we do have some students that have participated in Junior Giants and go on to play other leagues. So it's really opening up those doors to something they didn't think was possible. And in that note, I do want to thank the Giants Community Fund. So through the Giants Community Fund, they actually provide all of the equipment. They provide uniforms and all the program incentives. So it's a really good way for students to get active and participate in this without having to worry about if they're going to have money to be able to pay for it. And of course, the Parks and Rec Department, they provided the fields at Owl Patch. So we were there every Wednesday from 5 to 7. Without their partnership, we wouldn't be able to host this program for our students. And Lastly, also District 2 Measure M funds. We were able to utilize that funding to sponsor the end of the year barbecue. And the kids that are participated in this program, they're kids throughout Vacaville. So it's not just one district, they're all over, but they're making an effort to go to this side of town to be able to play baseball or softball. So thank you for providing that funding. And one more thing that I do want to mention is students that are involved in Junior Giants, when they're incoming 8th graders, they have an opportunity to apply for a scholarship, and that's the Harmon and Sue Burns Scholarship through the Giants Foundation, and it's a $10,000 scholarship upon graduation, and they're really basing it on their involvement in Junior Giants and their character and leadership. This last summer, one of our Vacaville students was awarded that, and they only select 10. And Junior Giants is throughout the state of California, Nevada, and even Oregon. So that is a huge accomplishment, that because we're able to host this program, we have kids now getting these scholarships. So I do have a short little clip. It won't have music, it's just a few pictures. But before I do that, I just wanted to get 2 of our PAL teens just to share their story real quick. So I'm gonna have Luis and Ricky come up and just share a few words.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. I'm here to talk about my experiences with PAL and add on to Ms. Judith's presentation. Why I'm here, PAL has motivated me and inspired me to come up here and talk and be more involved in my community and know what's going on. And it hasn't just inspired me, it inspired many of these other PAL teens. Because of PAL, I'm more involved in my community. I've met a lot of new people, teens, adults, and cops, and created very strong bonds with them. As Ms. Judith said, all these conferences taught all of us different things to become better leaders and just to improve overall in all skills. I'm very grateful for PAL. It has helped everyone get out of their bubble. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ricky Ortega. I'm a junior at Buckingham. I joined PAL initially to improve my behavior and improve my community. I wanted to show that my community that I care because PAL offers many leadership opportunities. It is also very helpful for my future, and it has helped me throughout my life. I've felt depressed and alone for a very long time, but PAL has helped me overcome those obstacles and become more open. And many other teens my age struggle with unstable families. But PAL helps not only escape that, but grow tighter as a family. PAL has made me much more confident, outgoing, and opportunistic, and a happier person. Thank you.
Well, thank you for sharing your story. It takes a lot of courage to come up and say words, but that's something that, we're definitely working with our teens on. We want them to be comfortable, come to city council meetings and address the council on issues that matter to them. So just last thing, I have a short little video that I will play, and it's just a slideshow.
community make it, and I couldn't be prouder of our program that we have here under your leadership. So thank you. Yeah. Councilmember Sylvan.
I just want to particularly thank all the youth for coming out. You know, out of just, I know you guys are involved in a lot more than just the 3 items that were listed. And just for the rest of the community to know, actually, Roy Stockton, Greg, Jason, they were able to come out different times. But when we were painting the wall, the first crew to show up off of that trail were a lot of the kids from Powell. And so they came in ready to eat and then ready to work. And but I don't want, you know, it's as we go through our life, I don't think we really appreciate the impact that we make. But as much as you may look up to other folks, I just want you to know that I personally look up to each and every one of you. So keep it up, and you got a lifetime guarantee with me. So whatever you need, reach out and let's figure it out. So thank you.
Thank you. I think that's a sentiment of the entire council, so I appreciate that. And anyway, we're going to move on and step into item 6, consent calendar. Anyone on the council or in the community wishing to pull an item that is on the consent calendar? It's items A through D. Seeing nothing to pull, do I have a motion? I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. We'll move on to item 7, business from the floor. This is the time where any item that is not on the current agenda for discussion, but that is within the purview of the City Council, may come forward now. Good evening. It's coming. There you go.
Thank you. Evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. According to the environmental justice goals adopted by the city on June 27th this year, it is imperative to prioritize community engagement in the decision-making process. This means we should have a say in the specific plan for Phase 2 of North Village. Public comment needs to be reopened. In an area identified to be impacted by the environmental justice goals adopted by the city, how does 20 more years of construction help reduce air pollution, noise, promotion of public facilities, and access to food such as a grocery market? These are issues that need to be addressed that align with the environmental justice goals. I understand the city owns the land of the proposed battery farm. However, to stay focused with our environmental justice goals, we need to recognize better uses for the former water treatment plant. A battery farm is not going to reduce pollution exposure or improve air quality for an area that has been identified as an environmental justice area. This means we live in an area that is the 56th percentile rating. To include the following percentiles: our groundwater threat is at 88 percentile, hazardous waste at 94 percentile, toxic release at 43 percentile, and a total pollution burden of 73 percentile. The environmental justice goal adopted in June was to improve these areas, not compound them by adding a battery farm. Thank you for your time.
Good evening.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and City Council members. My name is Grover Wright, and as you know, I am your retired Utilities Division, Utility Operations Manager. And no, I am not coming back to try and work. But during my tenure, which was absolutely wonderful, with the City of Vacaville, I am always proud to let everybody know how enthusiastic I was about the projects that we brought into the City of Vacaville. The factory stores, Genentech, Alza, Chiron, Mariani, God only knows how much time I spent with Mark Mariani. And I loved it. We did great, wonderful things. Tonight, though, I'm going to say two sentences. One, I am adamantly opposed to the battery project at the Gibson Wastewater Treatment Plant, but that's not why I'm here. I have two other reasons why I'm really here. As you know, Utilities Division, and that man, Justin Cole, is going to probably kick me for this, but Utilities Division is well known for bringing solutions to the table. And he and I worked together for, God only knows how many years. And I was flying around in my airplane looking for a better place to put the batteries. And according to my aircraft's navigation system, about 11 nautical miles south of the site, there are 3 small 47 megawatt energy generation centers. They generate electricity using natural gas and stuff. And those 3 are the Creed Energy Center, the Goose Haven Energy Center, and the Lambie Energy Center. Now that Lambie Energy Center, we welcomed Cal Peak Power to build the Vaca-Dixon peaker plant, which is capable of pushing out 61 megawatts into our backyards, okay? So this is not a NIMBY issue. We just don't think this one fits. That's number 2. Now, number 3 is the most important thing. On Thursday night, I was in that meeting, and I got to tell you, I have never, ever been so proud of being an employee of the City of Vacaville. Erin Morris and her staff, the city staff, every single person.
Council and Mayor, in case you missed last Thursday's community meeting, I just want to point out that over 200 citizens came to oppose largely the lithium-ion battery storage facility on Leisure Town Road. There were some very good questions asked by the community, and we also learned a lot about the project. That it would be 600 feet from the nearest home and between 300 to 400 megawatts, which puts this project in the top 3 largest facilities in the state. We also learned that the representatives from Menard are new to the company. They've worked there for about 5 months and less than 2 years. The most alarming fact to me was that Amper Energy has never even been in their permitting process. Reasons referenced were the thermal runaway, the battery fires, also groundwater pollution, potential for explosions, and the inappropriate siting next to hospitals, houses, and environmentally sensitive areas as some of the reasons they want stricter planning provisions in place. How long will it take before the US follows suit? I know Vacaville doesn't want to be the case study of damages caused by such facilities when put near neighborhoods, hospitals, and highways. The community made it very clear on Thursday. They do not want a 32-acre battery storage facility. We as citizens are calling on our elected officials to do the right thing and reject this proposal and keep this city a safe place to live. I also want to comment on the North Village expansion project that was mentioned at the last meeting. There was some discussion of benchmarks that have to be met in order to put grocery stores and commercial developments in the area. Do the existing homes in the unincorporated count towards those benchmarks? Because there is hundreds of homes there between Kaiser and Vacaville and Dixon, and there's no grocery stores, commercial outlets, or anything for those residents. I don't feel that a 20-year plan or even a 10-year plan makes sense for people to wait that long for those amenities in the city. Additionally, I have some concerns about the wear and tear of the roads from the long-term construction projects. I know that there was outreach done already on the expansion, but I don't believe the impact of the plan was made clear to residents. I believe if they were aware, you would have a lot more engagement and you'd have a community that would be engaged in question and answer similar to the meeting on Thursday. That's it. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. Hopefully those of you council members who couldn't be there last Thursday did take some time to see some of the video of the public input during the meeting last Thursday. Let's just say that those of us common people in Vacaville do not want that project. Okay, just in case some people are still thinking about voting in favor of that project, I'd like to point out a couple of disturbing things I noticed during the whole presentation. The Maynard reps were very reluctant to admit who their parent company was. It took some time till one gentleman who had done a lot of research was able to drag the name out, Ampere. Okay, so I started wondering why were they hiding that? Why didn't they want to talk about it? Well, it turns out that Ampere was only established in 2021. It has a total of 60 employees. It's a privately held investment company. They don't manage plants, they just invest in them. So when these gentlemen talked about their safety record, what were they talking about? There was no safety record. The of lithium, that's another thing to think about. We're adding to a problem by even allowing them to build this project. It creates demand for a product that is extremely polluting. Lithium extraction, whether it's by direct mining or by brine extraction, requires big, huge, areas where they have the lithium evaporating in the sun, and it leaves waste all over the place that's going to pollute that ground for years and decades to come. Why do we call this green energy? I do not know. I can't understand what the purpose of this project is, since we don't have a bunch of brownouts around here. So how does this project even justify being built? It makes no sense. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Hold up for just a second. Mr. City Manager, could you, there was a comment there. It really is a discussion about what a proposed vote that we're supposedly facing. I think there needs to be some clarification. Could you?
Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So we did have a very large community gathering last week, Thursday, on this particular subject. As Ms. Morris and her team explained at that particular meeting, this is just the first of many steps in the process. The City Council has not made any decision on this particular project other than to work with the applicant on the process and finding out the feasibility of said project. We recorded 81 pages of transcripts from that meeting. So we appreciate everyone from the community's input. As promised at that meeting, we are now feverishly working on going through said 81 pages and identifying all the questions that you put together so that we can prepare responses, very detailed responses to every one of those questions, and put that up on our website for the community to follow on the webpage related to that project. So that's the next thing that's going to happen on this particular project is that we're going to get all the answers that you asked for, and then we'll come back and figure out where we go from there. We've heard you, and we appreciate the input, and then what we need to do is get those answers and then take the next step in the process, which will be to figure out where this project goes based on all those answers. So stay tuned and continue to follow us on the webpage. If there are questions that you have that you were not able to be in attendance at that particular meeting, you can feel free to reach out on the contact information on that webpage as well.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. Just some information only about that. I had done some research. Unfortunately, I had to be in another meeting on that Thursday evening. For your consideration, there's an international human rights organization based in the United Kingdom who has analyzed lithium-ion batteries. Now, honestly, they're in my car. And there's currently no commercially viable recycling system for lithium-ion batteries. During the production of lithium-ion batteries, I understand that somebody denied the involvement of cobalt, but it is absolutely required. And approximately 75 to 78%, I'm doing this from memory, but I think it's 78% of the world's cobalt is mined by hand by children in Africa. And many of those kids are killed because of collapsing hand-dug mines. Their dad digs it, they dig it, and a lot of them, it's a heavy metal, just like lithium, which means it's persistent, it never goes away, and these kids are being poisoned. They have hundreds of thousands of acres in these cobalt mines, and they have displaced all the villagers in the communities. And the way companies get around, they say, oh, we have safe cobalt. What they do is they use a third-party vendor who says it's certified. non-human slave labor, and it is slave labor, and I would encourage you to do the research. So with the benefit of what's being called green, I'm just baffled. And again, I'm guilty. I have a car that has lithium batteries, and had I understood this sooner, and that's why I would like you to consider those aspects of this. It's anything but green. In fact, the production of, if you believe in the carbon thing, both solar panels and electric cars produce more carbon than a regular carbon-based vehicle. So do your homework or due diligence. Maybe staff can do it, or maybe I can produce some of this for you. But the thing that just rips me apart is what's happening to these children. Now, granted, it's thousands of miles away, right? Well, we're all part of humanity, and we're supposed to love one another, regardless of differences, still human beings. And I would encourage you to consider that. And then, like I said, I've got to deal with that issue in my own conscience here because I have an automobile that runs on lithium batteries. And anyway, so please consider that aspect of it, regardless of all the other hoopla, and demand that they show you how lithium batteries are recycled. Most of these end up stored or in Southeast Asia, polluting people's groundwater, etc. Heavy metals don't go away. They cause brain injury, autism, etc. So please consider that. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, Mayor Carley, City Council, and City staff. My name is Frank Nelstone, and today I want to bring to your attention some cited discussions and information from previous council members and city staff on Vacaville's cannabis program. Previous Mayor Ron Rowlett said he felt Vacaville was right not to dive into the cannabis industry right away, to allow the city to observe how cannabis has been handled in other municipalities. He said, in quote, "Although it seems like we're behind a lot of people, I think we're going to learn a lot more, and we're going to be able to do this streamlined." Previous Mayor Rowlett was right on that, having the opportunity to evaluate this. One city staff member in particular who previously made some headway on this topic was previous city planner Christina Love. She went over the various types of cannabis businesses and the pros and cons of each. Out of those cannabis businesses, the only type of business staff and consultants are not recommending in Vacaville is cultivation, due to its high water usage, possible conflicts with county agricultural productions, and the potential of light pollution. Her staff went forward to recommend a limited number of cannabis permits in the city's larger shopping centers, such as Alamo Plaza, Vacaville Commons, or Nutry Plaza. And finally, Love worked on a zoning ordinance draft to be presented to the Planning Commission and the City Council in the summer of 2021, with the intentions of developing an application process sometime that fall. But as we know, it's been a slow progress, and it's been halted for some time now. But after using that time to analyze other municipalities and collect some years of relevant data, I think now is a perfect time for Vacaville to deploy our cannabis business program and catch up to the other cities with their growth from the cannabis market. Your predecessors made great progress and headway on this topic, and I implore the members here to continue on their work by adding this topic to future agendas, so together as a city, we can push this initiative over the finish line and ultimately allow Vacaville to have a successful, streamlined cannabis program and for us to do it right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Good evening.
Vice Mayor, City Council. I'd like to express my appreciation for your recent discussions regarding the establishment of warming and cooling centers for our unhoused community. Your commitment to addressing this critical issue is commendable, and I urge you to move swiftly towards implementing these centers before the harsh winter conditions set in. By doing so, we have the potential to save lives and provide essential support to those in need. Brothers and sisters who are unhoused is an issue that plagues our community year-round. However, during the winter months, the situation becomes even more dire as temperatures drop to life. By addressing both warming and cooling needs, we can provide year-round support and stability to our neighbors. I would like to bring to your attention this evening that there are faith groups and nonprofit organizations in our community who are eager to lend their support to this cause. They are willing to collaborate with the city in establishing and operating these centers. Furthermore, there are many individuals who are eager to volunteer their time and resources to make these centers a reality. I kindly request that the City Council consider organizing a community discussion or forum dedicated to this issue sooner than later. Such a platform would allow us to collectively address any concerns, find solutions, and develop a plan for the implementation of warming and cooling centers. It would also provide an opportunity for the public to learn more about the logistics, funding, and potential volunteer opportunities associated with these centers. Time is of the essence, and with the impending winter cold, we cannot afford to delay action any longer. Together as a community, we can make a difference and provide much needed support for our neighbors. I implore you to act swiftly and decisively to ensure that Vacaville has the resources in place to protect its most vulnerable citizens. Thank you again for your dedication to this critical matter. I have faith that with your leadership, Vacaville can set an example for compassionate and effective solutions to homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak? And then I'm also going to understand how many more people want to speak. You can begin to form a line so that we can not delay any more than we have to for those who do choose to speak. Come on forward. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council. One thing I want to say is thank you for acknowledging our youth today. I mean, I walked in here and my heart was so warmed. I seen all the baseball players, the Vacaville PD and their youth program. Just warmed my heart. I'd like to see all that stay around, but what I'm here for is the battery recycling center. And I'm just afraid that if that does go in, you're not going to have Vacaville youth. Everybody's going to be sheltered in place or sick. I mean, I know that you said that you're working on it and you listened to all of our questions. And I guess I'm just here to let you know that we're not going away until the vote is made, regardless if there's going to be a vote or not, that it's going to be no from you folks. We have over 2,000 signatures. We have 220 people that showed up, the biggest city council meeting I think you guys have ever had. And if that's not telling you how scared you're making Vacaville residents, I don't know what is. So instead of scaring us, help us. And the batteries are no help at all. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Mayor Carly and the rest of the council, I want to thank you very much for your dedication to the First Amendment and your even-handedness in allowing free speech. Free speech is the first casualty of a dying republic. Let's not let it die. Now, last meeting, I was listening to a gentleman who stated that a person had gone to a store and ripped down the rainbow flag and got into an argument with the female proprietor. And this happened at a crescendoing amount of times until he took her life with a gunshot. And I thought to myself, that's absolutely horrendous. I went home and I researched the information on the internet. And this person claimed to be a Christian. May I say to you, this is not Christianity. The New Testament records the life and the teachings of Jesus Christ. Nowhere is aggressive force enjoined or promoted by Christ or his disciples. As a matter of fact, the very night that he was illegally arrested, and it was, according to Jewish law, it was illegal. He knew he was going to be taken under custody. He knew he was going to be tried in a kangaroo court. He knew that he was going to lose his life by torture, but he was submitting. His disciple Peter turned, drew a sword, swung it wildly, and cut off the ear of one of the servants of the mob. Jesus immediately said, "Put up your sword." He reached down. He picked up the ear. He took the ear and pressed it against the open wound. The ear was healed. Jesus Christ then, at that time, demonstrated in the physical realm what he always does in the spiritual realm, healing souls, bringing them into union with God. The whole story is told in the New Testament. Anybody who wants to know what real Christianity is, not institutionalized Christianity, not middle-aged Christianity, but the true story, can read John 3:16. For God so loved the world that he gave his only begotten Son, that whosoever believeth in him should not perish, but have everlasting life. For God sent not his Son into the world to condemn the world, but that the world through him might be saved. And might I say, it wasn't through force, it was through truthful persuasion. In March of this year, a self-identified transgender person entered a Nashville private Christian school and shot to death 3 adults and 3 children. I don't have much.
Some people think if we don't believe exactly as they do, we have no place in heaven, in God's mansion. Last meeting, somebody stood here and told you exactly that we were not true Christians, and therefore we were children of the devil. I feel that she felt that God needed some help judging, even though the Bible said, judge not, lest ye be judged, because of all the hatred and the persecution and violence in the world recently. Tonight, I want to assure you that the LGBTQIA community does not want you to believe as we do. We don't. You can believe any way you want. We just want to have the same courtesy and justice. Some people say that we try to turn straight people gay. Nobody can turn me black or Hispanic or Martian. It's impossible. We do not turn people gay. But I see and respect Blacks and Hispanics and Asians and every other community and respect them as they are. We are not trying to turn anybody lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, or queer, although others have slandered us by saying we do. They've also said we're child molesters and traffickers and worse. Look at the news. Who do you see in the news doing those vile things? I can personally attest to some of that. We do not want you to be gay. We do want you, if you are, to be free to identify as such, without fear and without danger. I do not want you to be me, I want you to see me, and to see all of the people who are still suffering so much of that hatred, persecution, and violence that I mentioned earlier. We have worth. We work, shop, pay taxes, raise our children, care for our elderly, and mourn our deceased just as much or just as little as proper Christians do. Any proper Christian. But so often we are not seen for who we are, but for what a few self-appointed judges say we are, and then condemn us for being. I'm asking you to be the leaders you were elected to be. I'm asking you to fly the LGBTQI flag and flags of all maligned people in your community, to show everyone that you hear us, you see us, and you are here to give us the same support and justice that the moralizing majority demand for themselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Amy.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Eugene Cordy, and I'm here to ask for the council's help in resolving a problem that has been ongoing. I've been before the council before, and it was from Mayor Augustine, referred it to the then police chief, John Carley, and to resolve, and it has never been resolved. And Carley is the only person left in the county. The lieutenant or the captain that I was talking to has been retired, and clerk at the time that was familiar with it has been, she retired too. And I can't get people to return my phone call. I can't get the police department to take reports. That's if they even answer my call. And it's been going on for a long time. And today I just was attacked again in my sanctity of my home. And I need council's help in resolving this problem. Thank you.
Sir, can I help you? Our police chief is in the back of the room. If you wouldn't mind going back there and having a conversation with him right now.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate it.
They're here, so I heard you, so he's back there waiting for you.
Thanks.
Good evening.
Hello, Mayor Carly, Vice Mayor Wiley, and council members. I'm here to talk, you've seen me before, I'm here again to talk about raising the Pride flag and recognizing June as the Pride Month. Last time I was here, there was a lady that talked about LGBTQ people, well, defamed them, more like calling them child molesters, children of the devil. And this kind of talk is just fear, fear of the unknown. I bet this person has never talked to a trans person or LGBT person. So I have wrote something. I am a chemistry professor at Solano College, just down the street. And every semester, I teach what's called quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics has really advanced our society. But at first, people feared it as well. So let me read this to you. What is the connection between gender and quantum mechanics, you may ask? Well, if the physics that govern our universe is not binary, why should gender be? Quantum mechanics studies the behavior of extremely small subatomic particles, and the findings have simultaneously stupefied and fascinated us. The behavior of tiny electrons, protons, quarks contradicts what we thought we knew about physics, that particles can only exist in one state. The discovery that subatomic particles can exist in dual states and behave as both a wave and a particle has led to countless technological advancements, such as the internet, atomic clock, GPS, MRI, quantum computing, and smartphones. Yet at the time of the discovery of quantum physics, there was much pushback because it was too weird, too complex, and it made the classical physicists downright uncomfortable. Don't the reactions of early physicists sound identical when we learned that there was not just the gender binary of male or female, but rather a wide spectrum of gender variants and representations? It's weird, too complex, makes people uncomfortable, right? As difficult as gender spectrum is to understand, it exists. It is the truth. Ignoring it, worse, attacking it, doesn't make this fact go away. The gender spectrum can be likened to the continuous rainbow color spectrum that we appreciate. It would be absurd to categorize all colors we see into only two categories, red or violet. How would you categorize green? And even if you force it, what uses it to categorize green into either red or violet? Wouldn't it be more beneficial to see green as green rather than shades of red or violet? Why would you want to diminish your ability and experience of distinguishing colors? Similarly, when we take pictures, we go for the highest resolution, a high DPI, so that we can see the picture with more detail and clarity.
Thank you.
To us, sorry, I'll finish up. That picture is beautiful. If we don't divide the picture up into enough pixels, we get a fuzzy image, and that diminishes our experiences. So do we want a fuzzy knowledge of humankind? No, thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Mayor Carly, Vice Mayor Wiley, and council members. I wanted to thank Councilmember Ritchie for your comments at the end of the last city council meeting about how your lack of direct reaction to these public comments does not mean that you don't have empathy or emotions about the issue. I also appreciate what was said about wanting to wait to comment on the issue until it comes up on the agenda so you're not repeating yourself, diluting the conversation. I have learned more about how local government works in the last couple of weeks than I have throughout my entire education. So those comments have been really helpful in understanding the council's actions and the structure of council meetings. To that end, I will save a longer comment for when the issue is on the agenda. So I will simply say, we're still here, we still need your support, and we are still counting on your commitment to support the LGBTQ folks in the community you represent. Thank you.
Thank you. And before you come forward, before you come forward, I just want to share that this is just like the last discussion on the battery storage. This is another item that will come before the council. We've said it in the previous council meetings that this council has voted to direct staff to bring the items back to council at a duly noticed meeting. And at this point, it looks like it's going to be in October. This is still a work in progress that I'm working with city staff on. They're doing a lot of research because there was two items, and one is a policy for a flag, and the other is that we have an existing policy as well, and the two of those are going to be brought back to the council. What most people don't need to wonder about is whether we care, because we do. And that last comment is true. Nobody up here can actually speak on this item during business from the floor. That's exactly the way a government meeting works. This is a time when it's in our jurisdiction, but it is not on the agenda. So we're sitting here and we're all listening. There are many of us who are pondering and taking notes and really are concerned for what you're saying. So don't mistake a sense of silence up here as if that nobody cares. I believe that we all care. With that, thank you. Come forward.
So I'm also talking about the flag and stuff. And because people always talk about this and they mention like what'll happen to kids or people who are still here. And what I think about when I hear anything like, oh, they didn't put the flag up or anything, is I think about people who aren't here anymore. Because when I was younger, there was a person that's okay. It can get in your brain, even if you know in some way that that's what you are. You can tell yourself like, well, of course I'm not. I'm not like one of the people who everyone is scared of and throws a fit about because they want a flag about me up for a month. And there's so many people who don't even know that they are these things because they don't want to know that. They don't want to believe they could be in that kind of trouble, be that hated. And that's bad enough, but that friend I mentioned, when she unfortunately died when she was 27, one of the things that got to me is that because of that, all that societal junk, all the people getting to her and making her think, I can't be real, I can't be happy, that's so scary, she only got to live that life for 1 year. And like, I would hope most of us are gonna live past 27, but you never know. And that's why I wish, even if her dying at 27 was some kind of horrible destiny, I could at least say she had 27 years of being herself. But if you ask me, she was functionally a newborn. People only knew her with her name for a year. She only got to be herself for a year. She only got to feel comfortable around her friends and her family for a year. And it's just that little stuff. If the world, if people had seen the basics of her existence as not something that was a debate that could be fought over, then my best friend could have actually been happy for more than a year. I know it's a very personal story, but I just think about that we're not all going to live forever. And I want everyone to be as happy as they can be for as long as they end up living. And we're not immortal. And I don't want someone to finally come out 20 years from now when they're 98 years old and that's all they have. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening, council members, mayor. My name is Michelle. I'm also here to talk about the flag issue. I noticed something sitting in this meeting tonight. We've talked a lot about community coming together, showing fellowship and goodwill with each other, right? It was in the presentations that were prior with the sports programs, our youth programs, social programs. So it was disheartening to see that that message is apparently only applicable to one type of person. There were many that came up talking, spewing venom about the trans LGBTQ community. So I ask, where's the fellowship? Where is the goodwill in that? I find that when one speaks of fellowship and extends the opposite, that those words seem both performative and disingenuous. 1 Corinthians 13:6, love does not rejoice at wrongdoing, but rejoices with the truth. And following with the 1 John 1:6, if we say we have fellowship with him while we walk in darkness, we lie, and we do not practice the truth. I would say that any discussion of biblical ideology to this issue sparks of untruth and is therefore not in keeping with the edicts of the law of love and should not be given credence on theological grounds. Please do not give these comments the time that was put into making them, for the truth is not in hate or in censor, it is in love. In finality, I will say this. When the first link in the chain is forged, the first speech censored, the first freedom denied, change us all irrevocably. The first time a person's rights are trodden on, we are all damaged. Please consider this before you make your decision. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I've lived in Vacaville since I was a little kid, but I am currently living in Vallejo. Growing up in Vacaville, representation for the LGBTQIA+ community is something that has always felt non-existent. I never saw a pride flag being flown in this town until I went to San Francisco. Maybe I've just been in the wrong parts of Vacaville, but other than when we fly it for the pride flag, fly the pride flag for the month of June, I've never saw one in this town. And I know that sounds really dramatic, like if I'm trying to make my speech sound better, but I'm not. If you're used to never seeing anyone representing you, and you're used to it either being a secret that no one talks about, or a sin, or something that is viewed as disgusting, you're going to remember, even if for a moment, because you'll feel safe. Not flying the pride flag for Pride Month is erasing years of culture that I know when I was a kid I would have wanted to see in this town, to not feel as alone as I felt. The LGBTQIA+ youth has the highest suicide rating in the US. Flying the pride flag and acknowledging Pride Month in Vacaville, as minor as it seems, could save lives. Please consider that. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
City Council, my name is public and staff, audience. My name is Roberto Valdez. As you know, I've been living here at least 35 years. And I'm here and I'm glad to hear that I don't want to add to your burden. I can see it. And you've got tough decisions to make, really tough. And, but I'm glad that people are questioning what you're doing here, because whatever you do, yes or no, or maybe, you have an impact on us, all of us, and people that live here in Vacaville, maybe beyond. Anyway, I'm here because, I couldn't help also by noticing that the resolutions, you were very quick just to go through them. I thought there would be a little further discussion. I guess you're expecting the public, like myself, to come and bring up issues. But I'm here not for that, still concerned, and I know in my item C that you are bringing it back on the 26th if you follow your calendar. There's related issue. I'm not here particularly to address that issue about the resolution that goes back to 2004, and I'm pretty certain I was here. Because Lagoon Valley issue, as you know, is nothing new. It's been going on for decades, and probably continue after you build whatever you built out there. But I'm here because I am rather, on the one hand, I am glad, thankful, grateful that you finally, or the developer there finally opened the Lagoon Valley Road so that people can go and see what's going on, and especially the residents who live there. And again, and let me just say that one of the things that came up, you may not know about this, but one of the first issues we were concerned with, Friends of Lagoon Valley, and I'm sure the Lagoon Valley Conservancy Group was concerned about accessibility to the park, Lagoon Valley Park. And that community you're building out there is perceived as an exclusive community that will prevent our public users to go in and enjoy the park and enjoy the scenery like we've always had since Vacaville was born in 1840s, whatever.
Peña whatever, here and back. But anyway, I'm concerned about what's going on. I know you've kind of answered my concern about the removal of those trees. Didn't come back. You got poles now, 12 poles at least. I'm not an engineer. I don't know what's going on, but I'm concerned about that. And this is an item that I mentioned to you last time that I was about Lagoon Valley. What happens? What's going on with the loss of the riparian creek right along Lagoon Valley Road?
Thank you.
Okay, so if you can answer that, I'm giving you time to answer that and discuss that thoroughly.
Appreciate it. Thank
okay, thank you.
All right, seeing no one else, I'm going to close business from the floor, bring it back to the council. There are no public hearings tonight, so item 9A. Mr. City Manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the City Council. This first item before you tonight is the annual 2022-2023 report presentation regarding Visit Vacaville and their efforts. We have Tim Patton, your Economic Development Manager, and the award-winning Melissa Reeves from Visit Vacaville to give you an update.
All right, thank you, Mr. City Manager. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Tonight's item is a presentation with no action required on the annual update from Visit Vacaville. Visit Vacaville is the city's destination marketing organization responsible for managing the Vacaville Tourism Marketing District. On December 14th, 2021, City Council adopted a resolution which renewed the Tourism Marketing District through 2032. At this time, a new management agreement was also approved between the city and Visit Vacaville, ending on March 31st, 2025. The management agreement specifies activities to be undertaken by Visit Vacaville to promote Vacaville as a tourism destination organization. Visit Vacaville has also continued to implement many key activities in the past year as part of the strategic plan and the city's COVID recovery strategy. Leading the presentation this evening is Melissa Reeves, President and CEO of Visit Vacaville. At this point, I will turn it over to Melissa.
Good evening, Mayor Carley, Vice Mayor Wiley, and members of council. Melissa Reeves, here with you for the last time as President and CEO of Visit Vacaville. Wanted to just give you a quick update on our efforts in the last year and some of our plans for the next fiscal, I think. Tim?
Technical difficulties here.
Pressure.
This is also my last presentation, actually, so it's
first and last.
It's
I can tap down. Thank you.
There we go.
Next, thank you. So our tourism economy has definitely been hit. We definitely struggled through COVID, not as much as many cities did, but we did experience what we call, coming out of COVID, we experienced what we call revenge travel. So we saw all of us were cooped up at home, we couldn't go anywhere, and so of course, post-COVID, we all got out and traveled as much as we could. So we had a really big year coming out of COVID, and now we've kind of seen a little bit of softening. So definitely not as many people traveling. Unfortunately, our occupancy and the daily rate is down a little bit. We're also experiencing a couple of hotels that are not reporting. So we're actually not seeing those occupancy rates, but I think you're seeing that decline in the transient occupancy tax as well. But not all bad news. Again, we continue to promote and try to bring as many visitors to the city as we can. Some of the things that we did to do that were we designed and published our 2023 Inspiration Guide. We also do a mini guide. It's just a small version of the Inspiration Guide that gets distributed in all of the racks in the hotels from San Francisco all the way out to Sacramento up through Napa. So it's about almost 700 locations. Go back. Designed and published our new restaurant guide. It has all of the local restaurants that are operating in the city of Vacaville listed in it. A new partner guide. That's what we take out to any new businesses that open in the city of Vacaville that will be working in the hospitality industry. That's kind of our introduction, how they can work with Visit Vacaville and how we can help support them with complementary marketing. Our relocation guide, that's a really big tool for people. We send tons of those out to Travis Air Force Base. Anybody that's moving into our community, it gives them resources on all the things they need to know about our community as they're moving in. Of course, we hold Restaurant Week every January, so we have a toolkit for all of our restaurant participants about how to best take advantage of Restaurant Week. We do print ads all over the place and a lot of digital marketing, of course, as well. So continuing on some of those accomplishments, again, we finished the 2023-2026 strategic plan. So we do have a long-term vision, not just our annual marketing plan. We have been pushing further the Hidden Disability Sunflower Program for those that have disabilities or in all abilities. We want to make sure that our city is welcoming. And so that's a really special program to us. We have continued with the Destination Vacaville podcast. Some of you have been my guests. Thank you so much. We have the Vacaville Art Trail, which is ongoing. It's a digital trail, takes you around the city to see all of the city's public art. Our Vacaville bucket list was a summer trail that people could do all kind of the best things to see and do in Vacaville. And if they finished it, they received gift cards to do more fun things in our city. Again, Vacaville Restaurant Week, I Love Vacaville Week, we host just as a love letter to our city during Valentine's Week. We support the city and our Big Four partners during Small Business Week. We host Arts Week in September. And of course, I'm sure you've all heard me talk for a long time, our city manager for years, about our cows. So we have six full-sized or life-sized cows that are coming to Vacaville. They've all just been completed by our amazing local artists that will be coming to our community at the end of September. We have a big unveiling event at Journey on the 28th. And they're amazing. We have incredible, talented artists in our community that have just done an incredible job. So I can't wait for you all to see these new arts rebuild. Working on thought leadership and placemaking. So just what can we do to make the city of Vacaville a better place? Lots of digital marketing campaigns, print media buys, event development. We're doing a lot more communication to our residents. We want to build a really great place to live and build quality of life, and we know that visitors will follow if we do that for our residents. Community-wide arts project, again, we'll continue with our Cows on Parade. And we will host our farm to table with dinner. Again, we're bringing it back in May, so it is changing when we typically host it. It's been in the fall. But we really noticed, again, with the change in some of our farms, a lot of the produce that we were once getting more in the fall, a lot of those farms are producing fruits and vegetables and produce that is in season earlier in the year. So we will move the farm to table dinner to coincide with the farmers market. So it'll be the night before. And then here are some of our events for the next year. The last farm to table dinner. I spy you, Tim. Sorry, this one was a little hard to get through. It's a little sad. After 16 years, I'll be honest, it's bittersweet to be up here and to say goodbye and to know that this is my last presentation at a council meeting. But I want to thank all of you for an amazing ride. It's been an incredible, incredible opportunity to serve this city for the last 16 years. And I'm so grateful for all the support that you've all given me personally during my time. So thank you very much.
We certainly hate to see you go. You've done so much, and your love and passion for the community and to bring tourism has been a tremendous benefit. And we wish you the best. Make sure you provide a replacement that can measure up. No
Most
doubt.
Definitely.
Tourism is a big part of our community, and just been very excited to see all that you've done over the years. I know there was probably some that said cows, really? It's like,
I've heard a lot over the years.
it's art, and so thank you. So I'm sure there's maybe some comments and questions, but Councilmember Stockton.
I miss you.
Oh.
I just wanted to thank you for everything that you've done for the past 16 years and helping Vacaville become a destination and a place that whether you're visiting or whether you live here, you can enjoy. And I just wish you and your hubby the best in your next adventures. Thank you.
Councilmember Silva.
Love the cow concept because it's different. Wasn't able to pull enough funding to get one, but next time.
There'll be more.
Yeah. But I was already thinking about different ones. What kind of tattoo can I put on a cow? So, anyways, I can go in my my yard. So, Madonna, thank you. I know it's been here long before me, respectively. I know there's a lot of struggles and frustrations going through it all, but you stuck through it all, and wish you the best on your future endeavors. So thank you.
Thank you.
Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you. Well, congratulations on your departure, I guess.
Thank you.
Congrats, it's in
sure.
order. We just met. I'm happy that I had an opportunity to come to your office and sit down, and I received all your enthusiasm. I mean, just bubbling with ideas and things you wanted to do. So I just want to wish you the best. Enjoy your retirement. Retirement, is that what it is? Or just
No.
Oh, see, I don't know.
Not yet.
I don't know all the details.
Moving on to higher places.
Oh, well, congratulations on that.
Thank you.
All right, dear.
It's been a pleasure. Thank you.
Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, I just want to thank you. It's been awesome working with you over the last couple of years. Even though you're going away, like even just what you showed on the calendar, like the impact that you're going to continue to have on the city and with your legacy programs that you've started here, like bringing in the hidden disabilities, I know is big for a lot of council members in the past and moving forward. And so, yeah, looking forward to seeing what else is going to be popping up that still has your name on it in the future.
Thank you. Thank you.
Vice Mayor Wiley.
I just want to echo what everyone else is saying. Thank you very much for all your work. And I really I like the little shop in Nut Tree. I think that's good for people that are there. But I also liked in your presentation where you're talking about reaching out to residents, because the more you do, because a lot of times people in Vacaville don't know all these things that are going on. So I think that's a key part of it too. And all your publications are great as well. And I have been out, to the base to see the information that's there in the visitor center and things. So it's really important to reach out to everyone. And I think you've done a terrific job of doing that. So thank you. And congratulations on your award.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Like an award ceremony night, isn't it? Right? You deserve it. Councilmember Ritchie.
My voice is a voice day for me. So thank you for everything. And every time I've met with you, it's just, you've always showed a passion and enthusiasm. So it was a pleasure to work with you and seeing your passion to make the city a better place when 99% of people had no idea what you were doing, but you had the passion that you couldn't wait till they found out the next adventure to make the city better. So thank you for everything.
Much. Like I said, it's been a pleasure and an honor to work with all of you and the city for all these years, and very bittersweet for sure. But thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Wish you the best.
Thank you
for all that you've done. No action item on that except for people visit Vacaville and continue these programs that make it better. So we'll move on to 9B. Mr. City Manager.
Mr. Mayor, we do need, even though there's no action required, we do need to open it up for.
That's true. No action. Well, I'm going to open it up. I figured there was enough comment from up here, but anyone wishing to comment? Yes. I got ahead of myself.
Mayor and members of the council, my name is Dave McCallum. I'm the chair of Visit Vacaville, and I just want to say I'm going to continue this love fest here. Melissa has been I've worked on a number of different boards. Melissa has been far and away the greatest leader I have ever worked with on any board. She's full of enthusiasm, passion, knowledge of her industry. We wish her very well with her new role at DMA West. Many people ask, what is DMA West? They basically launder money for the cartels. And, but in addition to that, it is Destinations Marketing Association of the West, which means that Melissa is going to be working to promote travel and tourism throughout the entire Western United States. And I couldn't think of a better person to do it. She's absolutely wonderful. On behalf of the board, Melissa, thank you very much from all of us.
Thank you. Now you know the rest of the story. Right. No. All right, now, Mr. City Manager, at 9B.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Sorry for the interruption. This next item I'm very excited to present to the council because for the past few years now, we have had a vision that the council has established for the downtown area. And a lot has been happening, a lot of it seen, but a lot of it unseen. And so while all those activities have been occurring, we felt it was appropriate now to bring an update to the city council. So before you tonight, you have a team of actually 4, I believe. They'll be joined in just a moment by the chief to give you a complete update on everything that's going on in your downtown. With that, I'll turn it over to the team.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor Carley, Vice Mayor Wiley, and members of council. We're really excited to be here this evening. I'm Erin Morris, your Community Development Director, joined by my colleague Don Burris, Economic Development Services Director, Brian McLean, Public Works Director, and Chief Ian Schmutzler is in the back. He'll come to the podium in a little bit. And we are very excited to present this comprehensive update about all the things the city is doing in partnership with others to implement the downtown specific plan. So I refuse to go through a lengthy presentation about what is the downtown specific plan. I think most of you have heard this before, but really the adoption of the plan last year was the culmination of 3 years and a little over $1 million of effort. A lot of it was state funded, thankfully, but the effort was local and it was real. And so when the plan gets adopted, one of the biggest things that happens in my profession as a planner is the plan goes on a shelf. And we admire it from time to time. We might get an award and think about how beautiful it is, and really nothing happens. And so tonight it's really exciting to be able to share with this council what has been accomplished and what we see as the next set of exciting projects to continue to not leave this plan on the shelf. So this next slide is really a summary, is more explicated in this publication, but essentially since the plan was adopted, the City of Vacaville has invested $6.9 million in infrastructure improvements downtown. Unfortunately or fortunately, most of it is below the ground. So it's a lot of money and a lot of it has gone into the sewer system. And part of why that's so important is if we want to see downtown transition to a more vibrant community living room with lots of activity and in particularly more restaurants and food and beverage, we have to have sewer that can support that. So, and then some of the other things were the signs, some new signs went in, lighting has gone up in trees, on poles. We installed the parking app, which is those pucks that you see out there that allows us to monitor parking availability and share that information with the public. Just suffice it to say, again, a lot of money was spent, a lot of it underground. And when we get to Brian's part of the presentation, we'll talk about some things we'd like to do above the ground in the next set of projects. But before we leave that topic, let's talk about parking. So one of the biggest issues of concern that came up through the downtown specific plan process and in subsequent discussions has been about a concern that there is not enough available parking downtown and that there's really a need for a parking garage. Parking garage is about $25 to $30 million. Thank you, Council, for supporting the installation of the JAPA parking system for about $300,000. We've been able to assemble the first 6 months of data from the system, and we're still learning how to crunch these numbers because there's a ton of data, but I just want to share what we came up with as the first set of data from our first 6 months. So the average parking occupancy downtown, and this is the 1,083 spaces that have the pucks in them, we're at about 57% average occupancy across weekdays and weekends, so across the week. During weekdays, there's an average occupancy of 55 to 60% of those spaces being occupied, and on the weekend, it drops a little bit to 40 to 50% occupancy. And again, these are gross numbers. We're going to be doing some finer slicing and dicing about which lots and where and how, but there's only so much time to assemble the first 6 months of data into this slide. On the weekday, weekend average on Main Street, that's where we have the greatest occupancy. And actually, that is the area of downtown that has the greatest occupancy, and that's at 60 to 65%. And then all other, if you average the occupancy across all the other lots, it's about 50 to 55%. So what our data is showing right now is that we do have available parking. One of the first sets of projects that we've implemented are signs that label the public parking lots that say, basically, this is a public lot, you can park here. We know there's a little bit more to do, but we're going to continue to look at this data and bring forth more granular information about parking utilization downtown as part of the next set of data analysis. So with this, I want to turn over the presentation to Don Burris.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members. Don Burris, Director of Economic Development Services. Happy to be a part of the team to give you an update on our implementation efforts for the Downtown Specific Plan. I'm going to cover just very briefly some of the items and activities that we did during our Downtown Business Walk. So the purpose of the business walk really was to connect with the business community and to solicit their input on and inform them of the numerous improvements the city has made and improvements the city is preparing to make in the downtown, and to receive their feedback and support for the implementation of the downtown specific plan. How did we do this? So this effort was led by the Economic Development Department, our Public Relations team and Communications team, and the Community Development Department. This team developed a questionnaire that was designed to solicit information from the businesses, and also to help with the city's efforts to help make downtown Vacaville a destination. So just a little bit of data around that. So we had 39 employees from various city departments volunteer to walk the downtown, meet with the businesses, and execute the questionnaire. And out of about 450 businesses, staff did a great job and was able to connect with over 350 businesses. 100 of them were not open or available at the time of the walk, so we will circle back and our team will circle back and do meet with those businesses that did not get a chance to participate in the questionnaire. So what type of feedback do we receive? So staff did receive some noteworthy feedback, summarizing some of that feedback into themes. We understand the downtown merchants have concerns in the following areas: marketing the downtown, homelessness and overall public safety, parking, and downtown beautification. So what's next? We are working through the insights taken from the business walk and have follow-up we're planning on follow-up conversations with several of the businesses. Economic development staff, as I said, will visit the approximate 100 businesses that were missed on the business walk over the upcoming months. And for those businesses who were missed and listening to the City Council meeting at this moment, if you have questions, please email the Economic Development Department at economicdevelopment@CityofVacaville.com. Again, economic development at CityofVacaville.com. We're happy to answer any questions you have about our work in the downtown. And it's important that the council and the public understand that your feedback is invaluable and will steer the city towards improving communications and collaboration, ensuring that the downtown Vacaville is not just a place, but a destination for a thriving community and visitors alike. And last but not least, let's work together to ensure that downtown Vacaville experiences its own renaissance, a vibrant revival that turns possibility into reality.
Thank you, Don. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. I get the pleasure tonight to speak to you about some of the terrific projects that the department and this team have put together and which we plan on implementing within the next 12 months. We have 10 high-impact projects that over the course of the next 10 slides I'll be going through. We have approximately $1 million in investment that we intend to make in the downtown. The first, the School Street Bridge entry lighting. The center of community activity is the Creek Walk. That's where so much of the city's activity goes and where the community comes to gather and congregate. We don't have a proper entry sign. We don't have a proper gateway into that Creek Walk area. This particular project will install 2 additional street lamp poles on the south side of the bridge itself, of the bridge deck, to mirror the existing 2 streetlight poles that are on the east side. What we will do then is span those 2 light poles with an arched creek walk sign. This will provide additional lighting for the bridge deck, but also provide that ambiance that we're looking for in terms of the beautification of the city of Vacaville. And if you turn just slightly south, you would see the Davis Street sign. So we have our arched entryway signs highlighting, the entry to the city of Vacaville into the downtown, and then this Creek Walk sign that really provides the portal into the Creek Walk area. Next. I really like this one. This is the uplighting of our School Street Bridge. The bridge is over 100 years old. It's architecturally important to the downtown. What this project will do is provide aesthetic uplighting to the bridge. The system that we're looking at installing is RGB coloring, so red, green, blue. So we'll be able to alter the colors based on various events that perhaps are going on downtown. Lighting will be from both sides, so you'll be able to see it from East Main as well as when you're walking down in the Creek Walk area. It's wireless. You'll be able to securely wireless. Staff will be able to securely wireless log into the system, be able to change the colors without doing anything, you know, spectacular like climbing ladders or whatnot. So, but this really is going to highlight, you know, the architecture of that bridge and bring some ambiance to the downtown. This is one close to my heart when it comes to recycling, and again, that real beautification of the city that we're looking to try to capture here. Everyone has seen the smaller trash cans, the receptacles that we have on the left. There are 13 of these in the downtown area. There are 33-gallon trash receptacles with an open top. And when the city has, you know, these large events, especially over longer weekends, Creek Walk in particular, the trash can be seen visibly showing out of the trash can itself, you know, overflowing the trash can. What we intend to do is install the big belly trash can system, and that is on the right. This company has been in operation for more than 20 years, and they're worldwide. They're all over the place. It has a solar panel on top that compacts the trash, and so you go from 33 gallons of trash all the way up to 150 gallons of trash capacity. And plus, you don't have that open top, so you'll be able to ensure that you're more cleanliness in nature in terms of the view of the downtown. We also have the capability with this system to wrap these particular units, so we can provide, again, some more opportunity to enhance the beautification of the downtown area. The Davis Street sign. This is the entry sign located on Davis Street. It's been there for coming up on 20 years, 15 years, somewhere around there. You may not know, but the sign, obviously, we've been using it as a message board. That message board, although if you take a look and you can see the highlighted in red where it says Creek Walk Concerts, you wouldn't know it. But that sign is actually 8 feet long by 2 feet wide. It's a sheet metal steel panel, essentially. And staff have to, every time we go out and change that sign, we have to bring the bucket truck out. We've got to bring multiple staff. We've got to provide a traffic control flow so we don't have an accident there. We have to slide that sign out through these tracks. It's a cumbersome process. What we're planning on doing here is replacing that sign with an electronic signboard so that we can wirelessly log in and we can provide messages quicker, more efficiently, more often, and that it's highly visible. So at that point, we don't need a bucket truck or staff to come out there and do any kind of work on message sign changes. This will allow us to be able to, again, you know, promote more of the downtown events swiftly and being able to update the message board sign that is displayed. There are over 100 banners located throughout the downtown. Each one of those banners requires staff to go out, again, like the message board sign, with a bucket truck, you know, stopping and going after each of these banners to unload, raise the truck, take the banner down, put the new banner up, deploy, move to the next. It's, again, a long process. We have identified a new system. It's called the Breeze Banner System that will hopefully accelerate the process of putting up our banners. We've identified 2 locations on the School Street Bridge, and you can see it in the photo on the left, where we would like to test pilot program this system. And if you click any button, there we go. This is the system in operation. Simple, fast to deploy, requires one staff person and a step ladder and a specialized bit for a drill, so we can move from banner to banner and quickly be able to install them. This will also, because the speed efficiency of being able to install and change those banners will allow us to be able to have the opportunity to have different banners installed and more frequent rotation of those banners. One more, there we go. Okay. The brick crosswalk or a red brick colored crosswalk refresh. So at the intersections of Main and Davis, Davis and Catherine, and Davis and Mason, we have a red brick crosswalk, as you can see in the photos. They're at this point, they're very well faded, and they're not supposed to look like this. They're supposed to be a very bright red color. This project will reinstall the red brick emulsion coating on these 3 downtown intersections, and at the same time we'll also refresh the white crosswalk bars. So we basically enhance again the beautification of the downtown through this project by bringing these projects together, unifying these 10 projects, and we've got a couple more to go, into a real quick hit. All these projects predominantly we expect to be able to turn around within 12 months.
Continuing with the theme of downtown beautification, we now will be introducing our Downtown Storefront Improvement Grant. I want to say thank you to the council for providing us the resources in this year's budget. The program itself is still under development, but I wanted to use this as an example so that we all understand what storefront improvement means. Oftentimes you'll also hear facade improvement. This image is of the Main Grape, formerly Barber Joe's. On the left, you can see the before picture. On the right, you can see the after the tenant improvements were done and the storefront had some level of improvements. Next slide, please. Here is another view of the same building before and after. And just a few bullet points about the program that we'll be bringing back to the council once it's been vetted by the city attorney and the city manager. So again, the program is under development. The total amount of grant funds that the council has provided to the Economic Development Department was $250,000. The grant will be reimbursable. The maximum amount that we would give per applicant would be about $50,000 given, and I'm sure you're wondering where the $50,000 number came from, so let me share a little bit with you. On average, with the size of most of the storefront improvement that happens on buildings in the size of our downtown, anywhere between $30,000 to $50,000 would help cover the cost of doing those tenant improvements to the exterior of the building. Eligible improvements would include, but are not limited to, removal of old signs, awnings, exterior painting, installation of new signs, and various other storefront improvements. The grant process, very simple. Application will be accepted. There'll be a project review by several of the city departments. Then that approval would be given, construction would begin, and once construction is completed and met the standards of the city, then reimbursement of those funds would be given. So again, the program is under development and staff will be bringing back that program sometime before the end of the year.
I have the next 2 slides. So one of the other areas where we are aware of a lot of community interest from Downtown Vacaville Business Improvement District and local property owners are murals on private property. This is the same mural you saw earlier in the slideshow because it's the mural that was funded with some district dollars downtown on the side of the Main Grape. There's been a lot of positive response to this mural, and so the idea is for the city to put up $15,000 toward mural projects downtown. I was invited by the Downtown Vacaville bid to participate in a meeting with 2 property owners who are keenly interested in having their buildings covered with art, and we're looking for some partnerships on that. But the idea is the city would be able to throw in some funds toward these murals. They do cost more than $15,000, but in an effort to really get more of these live this year in the next 12 months, and then once we can take a look at what's happened, maybe it's something we could put more funding into in the future. Again, these things really bring the public together. The other project that I get to present are the merchant directional signage. This was actually part of last year's proposal. One of the key things about installing these merchant directional signs is finding locations. Staff's identified about 6 locations downtown where we think they would fit in very nicely. But the other thing is partnership, is really looking for a partner to help facilitate the program. Essentially, based on the research I've done, these can more or less pay for themselves once you get the initial install up, because merchants would pay to have their signs on them. But we're going to prioritize this project this year because we feel it will give visitors downtown, like Creek Walk visitors in particular, just a greater quick visual insight about some of the other amazing things they can do while they're already parked and on foot in downtown Vacaville. So back to Brian.
Lighting has been one of the major concerns that we've heard even this evening. Staff at, I think it was in December of 2021, we actually, this team here, did a walk of the downtown at night to see those particular issues and those concerns ourselves. And they're real. Our parking lots are old. They don't have any lighting. And the lighting in the downtown in particular, is, I think there are some improvements to be made. This particular project is designed to hire a consultant to produce a downtown parking lot lighting master plan, to go out, to work with this team, to work with the community, to work with the business community, to investigate what our current conditions are in the downtown in terms of lighting, to help us provide some recommendations, and what are other cities doing, what is working, what's not, provide us some guidance so that we can move that document into a plan that goes to a construction plan and improvements, actual physical improvements in the downtown. This plan is important for us. This is the first step in our ability to be able to really make some lighting improvements in the downtown and bring some consistency in that lighting throughout the downtown.
Chief Schmitzler.
Aaron, thank you, Aaron, Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council, good to see you again. And I'm here to just give kind of an update on our community response unit with the city's tremendous investment in our downtown. Obviously, safety and security and the homeless population have been topics that, as we participated in the downtown business walk, including almost half a dozen of my staff, that was one of the things that we constantly were asked about, which was, homelessness and overall safety downtown. So I wanted to just give a quick update. The community response unit, as you all likely remember, back in February, we were able to reinstitute a sergeant and 2 officers to the crew unit, which was down for about 8 months. And immediately we saw the impact. Business owners, members of the downtown community were thrilled to see them back out there and doing the things that they do, which is balancing the offering of services and assistance to our homeless population while also stopping unwanted behavior that affects the public's enjoyment of downtown. So I'm happy to report that Crew has recently added 3 e-bikes to their fleet, locally purchased e-bikes based on a grant that we had. So this is going to allow the officers to respond quickly, directly, and more personally outside of the car and on sidewalks, parks, alleys, and in between spaces. We did expand the unit, or not expand the unit, we added the 3rd authorized position, which, because our staffing was struggling, again, thank you to the council and city leadership for getting us competitive. And again, I'm happy to report that our staffing levels are much closer to being fully staffed than we've ever been, at least in the last several years. So with that, we were able to add the 3rd member of crew the first week of September. So now we have a sergeant and 3 officers. And in addition to that, we are looking to move a current staff position from another unit into crew. So we'll eventually have a sergeant and 4 crew officers, and we are looking at exploring having crew available to the city of Vacaville 7 days a week. So we'd be able to have essentially a team 1 side of crew officers and a team 2 side of crew officers. So that's pretty exciting. And they'll be out there on the e-bikes to be much more visible downtown. We also wanted to talk about our crime prevention through environmental design, or CPTED, because we love our acronyms. And it's essentially, it's a multidisciplinary approach to crime prevention that really looks at the physical environment that business owners have around their places, their facilities. For example, trimming of trees, maintaining the growth of shrubs. A lot of the lighting can have a tremendous impact on crime and deterring crime in those areas. So we've successfully used the CEPTED program in our crime-free multi-housing program for at least the last decade, if not more. And so that's now available to our downtown businesses. In fact, it's available to businesses throughout the community, but we're specifically focusing on downtown. So CEPTED's available and crew's expanding. So that's a really good development. And again, thanks to the council for the support and allowing us to get there.
Okay, I have the last slide before we conclude. So there's a few other initiatives that don't have dollar signs on them yet, but they're things that your team is working on. So one is the concept of a business ambassador program. This is a tool used by many cities where someone wants to invest in establishing their business downtown, and really it's a team, usually a small but mighty team of city staff, really meet up with them, walk them through it, provide some on-site coaching on, hey, you need to look at this, that, or the other, and really just provide that advice and that navigation assistance. This is something Dawn is tasked with, looking at the best and brightest out there in other cities and then bringing that to Vacaville. But we have started to pilot this a little bit with some of our downtown folks on a couple different sites so far, as part of just figuring out how can we be helpful to business owners who are actually trying to bring their new businesses downtown or expand their existing businesses. Along those lines, the other issue that's really come to the fore, at least for me and my building official lately, is that where California was successful in vanquishing almost all of the unreinforced masonry buildings due to their program in the 90s, downtown Vacaville has a ton of unreinforced masonry buildings. And this makes it very challenging when someone comes in and wants to turn, for example, a retail shop into a restaurant or bar that has a higher occupancy. It triggers the need for seismic upgrades, et cetera. So I just want the council to know that my department's keenly aware of this. I think we all are keenly aware of this. And right now we're working through identifying what these buildings are, where they're located, how many there are, and we're looking to get some technical assistance and some advice about, is there a more holistic way to approach these versus having an individual tenant coming in and finding out that the building they've set their sights on needs a full seismic upgrade, which is often much more expensive than they're thinking of when they're trying to set up a little shop of some kind. A last initiative is that really based on a lot of our conversations with different people in the community and the business walks, we know there's an interest in having more entertainment uses downtown, more live music, just more things that draw people. So this is something staff's exploring, is the concept of an entertainment district or some of those other tools that other cities use to really say this is a place where live music can happen and these are the parameters for that. So we want to let the council know that's on our radar. It's something that we will be working on, but again, it doesn't have a dollar figure associated with it at this time. So this presentation is informational only. At this point, we're very happy to take any questions or comments.
Thank you very much. I'm sure there's going to be plenty of questions and comments, but I'm going to start with Councilmember Silva.
All right, I'll cut some of these out. Thank you for a very good report, very good overview of where we're at and where we're headed for the next year. So definitely appreciate the details in that. There's a couple minor things that I'm going to do my best to just kind of ramble off. But let me start off with the lighting plan, the lighting master plan. So I'm just I don't really want to get in tonight. I think it's maybe a discussion more behind scenes, but I'm just trying to understand the necessity for that and the past plans that we've had that included analysis of different lights, different lighting structures and whatnot. In the past year or so, I believe council asked about lighting for different pathways. So I see that for the bridge. I see that for the top of the bridge, underneath the bridge. I think those are great, by the way. So how do we, is there, just to kind of get an update at some point, not to be tonight, about where we're at with actually lighting pathways so that way it makes it feel more safe for people actually walking rather than just something that's lit. Because if it's always lit, I think there's only one location that can actually see that lit underneath the bridge, and it wouldn't necessarily be from people walking around if they don't feel safe. walking along the bridge. The ATM on the bridge, this is my thing. Is there any way, I'm trying to curious of why that location is on the bridge for that large ATM box. And so you don't have to answer tonight, but my request is, can we find another place for it? And I like the signage concept to switch out the banners. Again, the cover for Creek Walk. I'm kind of curious who came up with the term Creek Walk or why Creek Walk over Andrews Park or the name of the plaza or something like that to that effect. We don't have Creek Walk throughout the year. It's certain times, so just kind of curious where Creek Walk came from. But I absolutely love the concept. And along those lines with the overall covering, and Brian, your proposal of putting something more digital as far as that goes, I like that. Question is maybe not this cycle, but next budget cycle, should we be looking at creating that type of entranceway on the other part of our downtown so to speak, advertise or acknowledge the other side of our downtown entryway? And I know we've identified different parts in the past with different projects. One thing that I kind of want to get some clarity on today is about parklets. I know in the past we had approved funding for it. In my understanding, the bids that came back for parklets were too high. I know there's currently one temporary parklet that's still being used by one restaurant, and that I've had other express interest in expanding that or other areas looking at having interest in expanding parklets for them. So I'm just kind of curious to see where we're at with that. And maybe kind of similar concept to a grant proposal. Maybe there's some way to kind of pursue some opportunities there. Let's see. One thing another request is going to be to like the timeline that was presented in the attachment. Maybe this is going to be more directed to city manager. I think it's important when folks have questions about what's happening, where's funding going, whatnot, to have a common resource. I know I looked at the QR links that were provided in the attachments, but having some type of timeline, or it doesn't have to be as formal as a Gantt chart or something speak for related to project management. If there's a timeline to let people know what is invested and what we're working on, it makes it much easier for when folks have questions for me or other electeds to kind of direct them to that centralized location. So like those forms of communication, I think can be relatively easy to implement and just something that we can direct folks to reference. The trash can, I like the fact that we're opening up to put wraps on it. So I think that may be something, as far as like how do we beautify downtown. So actually, Councilmember Roberts kept pointing me towards Sacramento, look up some examples of wraps, and I thought they looked pretty well. They're pretty well done. So I think working in that concept, Brian, I think is going to be something that looks very well and brings out the area. Curious to see what we're going to do with the old trash cans. And again, you don't have to have that answers for some of these tonight. And wrapping up here, guys. The quick question for Chief about crew. So I know we're talking about increasing the service to downtown. A lot of those same concerns that businesses downtown express are also shared with residents in the surrounding area for a lot of similar reasons. My question is, are those type of services going to be expanded or available to the neighbor residents in the surrounding area?
Yes, absolutely, is the carte blanche answer. This specifically, obviously this presentation is directed at downtown, so it may seem like that's the focus of it, which obviously downtown is very important to the city. So there is some direct, enforcement and direct attention given by crew to downtown, but crew is a citywide quality of life unit. So if there are any issues throughout any of the districts within the city, crew is available to respond to those. And again, that's why we're looking at expanding, not to just, right now right now we've expanded it to 5 days a week. It used to be 4. And so having it 7 days a week, because as we recognize, there are different issues in different areas of town on different days. And so being able to expand the capacity of that unit via staff and resources with like the e-bikes, for example, is really going to help us address that citywide. So it's, yeah, focus is citywide.
Thank you. Just two questions if I get whatever feedback's appropriate. So just one on parklets, and then number two, I see this is, from what our economic development team is doing as far as increasing engagement, doing surveys. We have the downtown, the business improvement district chambers, different chambers, and Visit Vacaville. So what is it that the city of Vacaville, what are we doing within our economic development team to promote collaboration between all these to support the strategic plan where appropriate? So thank you. I'm gonna turn off the mic so I don't ask no more questions.
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Silva. So what we have is our Big Four partnership. And just by way of background, the Big Four partnership was created in the mid-2000s when the city did not actually have an economic development team here. So the Chamber of Commerce, Visit Vacaville, Downtown Vacaville, and the city created their own partnership to be able to help promote economic development activities throughout the city. So we collaborate through that partnership, and we do discuss how to do collaborative economic development projects. Probably some of the ones that you would notice more would be the Shop Local programs around the holidays and Small Business Saturdays. So we do try to meet on a pretty regular basis. Pretty much it's kind of ad hoc depending on which one of our organizations actually has an idea or something they'd like to bring to the group that we can work on together. I hope that answers your question. Yeah, okay.
I had two other questions.
Just the parklets. And,
okay.
On this can come later unless y'all want to answer something quick.
On the topic of the parklets, we haven't received anybody wishing to do one in a while. So I'm not sure if it's that folks are not interested or they're not coming to see the city, but we have a process that people can go through to get approval of a parklet. I'm hearing the suggestion that the city consider future funding for these or grant funding for these. So it's something we can certainly note as an interest. But if anyone is interested in doing a parklet, there's an intersection between the private property that typically is the home of the parklet and then the public property where the parklet is situated. They can contact community development and we'll walk them through the process with help from Public Works and others. I just want to say on the lighting plan, and Brian did a great job explaining the kind of the components. I think the reason why staff feels strongly that we have to do a plan is that the need is so great for more lighting downtown, and through a diligent effort we can really figure out exactly what all needs to be done, and in partnership with the community, downtown folks and others, prioritize those improvements and like figure out like where we're going to get the most bang for our buck. And the goal of this lighting plan is that in the next fiscal year we can come to council and say, for this much funding we're going to be able to knock out this much lighting deficiency. So that's the purpose of the plan. There's so much need. It's not like let's pick our favorite parking lot, because when we were all standing out there in the dark together last year, it's a lot more than just a few things here and a few things there. We want to take a comprehensive approach. I hope that helps answer your question.
I've certainly heard a lot about the lighting to extend it, and also the actual creek walk, which is down below. So not just lighting the bridge. So Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, appreciate the presentation. I'll go through, try not to double tap too much what Councilmember Silva brought up. I do like the idea of the updated trash can site, because I know that is an issue downtown. And again, with the wraps, there's Capital Box Art in Sacramento that has a fantastic program that does all the utility boxes, trash cans, everything downtown in Sacramento. For the mural, I do think $15,000 is not nearly enough. Like if you get an actual mural artist, that won't even cover one mural really. And like kind of what we brought up was it last year. I don't know why we spent $150,000 on Arts Master Plan when we can spend $150,000 in actually putting art downtown. I don't think we need people to tell us what to do art, especially if it's going to be on private buildings. Yeah, I do get some of the concerns of spending $190,000 on lighting master plan. Is a lot of money. I get kind of need, but I can also walk around with a light meter downtown, tell you what's dark, overlay it with the commonly used parking spots. Because I'm sure you can see the most actively used parking and overlay that with a light map and see where people are walking to and from need to get to their cars. Yeah, there's one other thing for the facade improvement. I forgot the actual name, but the business improvement, storefront improvement. Is there a kind of a needs requirement? Because some businesses may need it more than others, and they may not have the money to do it, where some people may apply that are doing fairly well off. Is there going to be some type of criteria for actually needs of the business itself?
There will be business criteria of, to actually identify the need. We're really hoping that this will catalyze not really new businesses coming in town, but our existing businesses to be able to take advantage of the program. Most of the time, these programs are very, very common, by the way, and generally also rolled out in cities that are working on improving their downtown or cities that are implementing their downtown specific plans. We're hoping that we're going to be able to get the participation of both the business and the business owner so that the money goes a little bit further and it's less of an impact on the business. So we will be looking at what that criteria is. We have so many countless examples to pull from that we can really tweak our program into something really good.
Yeah, I'd really like to help out the ones that have been there for a while, like the local mom and pop shops that might be struggling still, trying to recover from COVID. And so I'd like to, if there's a way to prioritize those that have been there and been part of the community for a long time, to help them out as much as possible. And that's my comments. Thank you.
I'm going to jump in real quick and add on the lighting, the master plan. So the city has had a couple of lighting plans performed in the last 25 years. They're fairly old. They're very old, well over 15 years. We reached out to Public Works and did an investigation on several different lighting consultants across the United States who actually do this kind of works to get an idea of a ballpark as to what kind of a cost are we looking at for a project of this scope. The photometrics, the actual going out and taking the sampling of what the cone of illumination is just one aspect of it. There's quite a bit of, in these plans, of working with the public, working with the downtown. So a lot of outreach is going to be involved to bring in the businesses and the community so that what we get on the output of this is consistency, so that we have a nice, uniform, consistent downtown lighting structure and a plan that we can move forward with, again, to move forward in terms of a constructability cycle. So it's important to do. It was a ballpark, as best guess as we can get based on the geographic area. It certainly could come in at a lower cost, but at this point, this was the number that I felt most confident in putting up. I'm just going to add real quick on the Creek Walk name. Creek Walk Plaza, in speaking with our Director of Parks and Recreation, Reggie and I had a conversation on that and historical, where did that name come from? And historically, we have used, in all of our publications, Creek Walk and the Creek Walk Plaza. And so that was what we went forward with in terms of having the lighting architect, draft up those drawings and utilize that word Creek Walk as the entryway sign. Certainly could be changed. I think it fits though because it mirrors what we've been doing for the last 20 years in terms of the consistency of calling it Creek Walk. As far as the recycling of the old cans, what would we do with them? The old trash cans. There's, again, about 13 of them. They're still all in good use. They're steel, they're robust. We would end up recycling those. So they would go back to the courtyard, and we would use them in locations where we needed, another trash receptacle of that type and somewhere else, whether it be a park or a different area of the city, so that we could, recycle their use, essentially.
Kind of go on light. I know we've talked about it before, but when you get to the residential side of downtown, like just past Maximum Fitness, we've talked about like sidewalks, because I know the people that live close to downtown usually walk there, but you get on like Buck, there's no contiguous sidewalk to even get downtown. I've seen many moms pushing strollers into the street. The Vaca High track team has to get out and run in the street because there's no contiguous sidewalks. So if we're talking about safety of lighting as well, we also need to think about how people are actually getting downtown from the residential area to the park itself. So yeah, I've had to dodge quite a few people that just pop out from the other side of a car on that road.
Councilmember Chapman.
Oh, thank you. Great report. I like the lighting on the bridge. Okay. Data. When the employees did their canvassing downtown, was taking the surveys, the results, I believe it was Don, you gave the results of the three, I believe you spoke of the three highest, and that was the problem with the homeless, security, safety. The chief came up to speak on the security and safety, but I haven't heard anyone say much about the homeless. How have they come into the equation as far as addressing their needs? If that's an issue with the business owners downtown, how is that being addressed?
It's frankly a multidisciplinary approach. Our community response unit officers are specifically selected and trained because of their ability to reach out and connect with our homeless population. And I think we've been incredibly successful. And we began that unit, I think it was in 2015, on a COPS grant. And since that time, looking at other cities our size throughout Northern California, throughout the state of California, we have really, I think, done a very good job working with our navigators, working with our faith-based community, working with our non-governmental agencies, Opportunity House, Shelter Solano, to really look at addressing individual needs with each one of those homeless individuals. And one thing I talk about quite a bit is the specific officers that we recruit and we set up for crew are very patient, because it might not be the 12th time, it might not be the 15th time, it might be the 20th time that they offer services to one of our local homeless before they actually take advantage of that. So that's kind of our direct resource. But again, utilizing all the other agencies I talked about, the county agencies, the faith-based community is huge. We actually hosted them today at the EOC to talk specifically about homelessness and other issues that they can help us with. So it's addressed.
Okay, I understand that, and thank you, Chief, for that. However, if it came back on the survey that it's an issue identified by the business owners at the time that they're dealing with the issue, when the business is open and maybe the unsheltered, I hate using homeless, the unsheltered are there in the doorway or whatever, what are we doing for the business at that time? I understand the services that we are rendering through collaboration, but when they're complaining about their presence interfering with the business, what good was that data to you? How are you using that data?
I think so. Initially, we do have typically especially on Monday mornings, usually early mornings after the weekend, or even in the summertime especially, we do receive calls from business owners, not just downtown, but throughout the community, with concerns about some of the unhoused population that may be on their property, on their business property. So we respond out. If there are other concerns related to, for instance, Town Square, we had concerns and issues with the homeless population that were essentially using the city's electricity to charge things and sleeping on city benches. We work with Public Works and other city departments to work to mitigate that. So we take a collective approach to it.
Vice Mayor Wiley.
Thank you for the information. It was very helpful. I really appreciated seeing the projects and the things that have already happened because, as you said, many of them are underground and you can't really appreciate everything. So it's nice to have them all outlined. I was choking a little bit on that lighting number 2, and so I won't beat a dead horse here, but if there's any way we can also incorporate solar into that. I know the parks have lights that are on part of the time because if you have the park light on all the time, it draws more people there. So I just didn't know if the issue was having the lights on all the time or if solar was an issue. And then if it's really lit up, then the residents that are close by will have an issue with that sometime. And we are trying to get more mixed use and more housing and residents downtown. So that's all part of the lighting plan too, I guess. But it just seemed like a pretty high number there. And then the banner, that looks like a really good plan too. Does that cost include like purchasing all new banners? Because if you have that new thing, I don't think our current banners would fit. And then it's a big issue to, store all the banners when you're not using them. So that cost, was that just sort of the initial thing to put them on the poles, or?
That's correct. It's for the 2 banners that are 2 banner positions that are on the bridge deck itself right now. So this is a pilot program. We've never used these items before, these particular systems. So we really need to gain some experience. Is this something worthwhile? But if it does work out, it looks like the speed of being able to go through and change those banners will provide enough time in the schedule to be able to have more frequent changes of those particular banners over time.
And as we found with the Hometown Hero, the sun affects them and some of them fade, and then you've got the wind. So I think it's good to have a pilot project and start with that. Another thing that kind of really kind of jumped out at me in reading what the goals were for this and the downtown specific plan, it said the perception of safety. And I said, well, I don't want a perception of safety. I want it to be safe. But then I understood that sometimes if people don't feel they're safe, then they're not going to come down there. So I understood that perception of safety. But I did just want to ask the chief, how safe is our downtown? Is it safer than people think it is?
The overall answer is yes. So there occasionally will be incidents that take place that might generate local either social media or media coverage. But I can tell you we've worked with both DVBID. What's that?
Well, those letters.
I'm sorry, the Downtown Vacaville Business Improvement District. Yeah,
okay.
the acronyms.
Too fast.
Sorry about that. With DVBID and the Chamber of Commerce in hosting or participating in several meetings with downtown businesses that they've hosted to address certain issues that were prevalent. For instance, there was one particular business that was, there were a lot of issues that were emanating from that business, and together with those entities, as well as with the Bureau of Alcohol Beverage Control, ABC, another acronym, being able to work with ABC and the business owner, after several months, we were able to pretty much eliminate all of those concerns to the satisfaction of the business community that was being affected by it. So again, the short answer is yes, it is safe to be downtown. We, again, with our staffing having been improved to a large degree over the last 4 or 5 months, our graveyard and swing shift teams, there's typically 2 supervisors and anywhere between 14 and 18 officers working, during those times. So downtown, especially on the weekends, is safe.
Okay. All right, and then as far as parking goes and lighting, there probably is a nexus between the ones that are not utilized very much, or I'm guessing are probably the ones that aren't lit very much as well, and the ones that are used more are the ones that have more lights. But when we first put in that parking plan, there were a lot of people that were worried about those discs, and has there been an issue with them being vandalized or removed, or is that working pretty well?
Yeah, the maintenance has been actually working out very well. Initially, we had, I think it was less than 5. I think it was, the number actually was 4 that we had pop off. It looks like the glue, it didn't adhere to the asphalt. We did those in late February, if I recall. But other than that, we haven't had any other issues. The system reports, they each individually report up to the internet, up to the cloud. They talk back to the system, and they basically talk back to the system and say, talk about their health. You know, I'm operating, my battery is X, Y, Z, I'm receiving a signal, you know, I am detecting vehicles. And so it actually has a function, you know, where it goes through and troubleshoots itself. And so when it has a problem, it sends a flag, and the home base at JAPA says, hey, we've got a problem with this particular disk. And then they'll send out one of the techs to come out and replace it.
Okay, great. And I do think that it's really important for us to work with businesses and just getting people downtown, and it's a wonderful thing that we are getting a lot of things done. And people like the character of our downtown, and a lot of that is those old buildings. So I do agree that, you know, it is really difficult for someone to come in and say, here, I want to start this business, and then be hit with all things they have to do to upgrade. So if there are some ways that we can help businesses along that line, I think that's an important thing to do, because they have to be safe, and we want to get more people down there. So we need to encourage businesses any way we can. Thank you.
Councilmember Ritchie.
All right, I'll try to be quick. I know it's been a long time on this topic. Vice Mayor Wiley actually talked about the word perception. Kind of segues to, I read that too. I was like, wait, that's something I want to talk about real quickly on, and one other topic, that's it. But the perception, I spend more time downtown than at home. I mean, it's sad, but it's the truth. I watched crew be non-existent, and it was very different over the last year and a half, the transition, watching crew come back. And so I've seen the hard work they're doing every single day. I go to like clockwork, go to the gym, certain portion time downtown. I drive back. I see crew all the time. And the certain officers, I don't want to name them all, but they are patient. I will wave at them, I'll honk as they're doing their thing. And they're patient, and they're talking. They understand that, hey, listen, this population is homeless and houseless. You know, they're going through it. I watch them every day, from like downtown to Town Square to down by the bridge at the far end. It's pretty amazing watching them work. And one of the officers, myself and him, are soccer dads, and he has been ecstatically happy about the bikes, and not just the fact it's grant money, why not use it, but how that's going to allow them to do community policing and get into the community faster and better, and to actually be a part of the community and just zip around and talk about how they go downtown, they can go all the way out to Forest Creek and back, and really engage with the community and not just be this presence behind a big metal car. So that also touched, when you said the word perception, I have seen the level of safety. The amount of people hanging out downtown has dramatically changed the last about 9 months, where it was 2-3 years ago. And there was a gap when they were there. They came away, and now they're back. So I can contest it. They do a great job. I think it's an amazing presentation about the downtown. It's kind of like 3 overlapping circles. All the hard work we do at Visit Vacaville is to attract business and opportunity to Vacaville, and the downtown plan is huge. And then it's going to segue to the housing laws, and how that 800-yard radius is going to be pretty fun. People realize what that means. So I'll let you guys learn the laws, but it's pretty awesome. But what the laws are going to allow, sometimes good and bad. But the number I saw, 8%. You know, really, it's 8% of people who visit Vacaville come downtown. That number to me is like, wow. The business side came in, like, there's a lot of people that call Vacaville home that do not patronize downtown Vacaville at an effective rate. So that's one thing that I'm really passionate about, to serve the city, to serve the downtown business community, to serve the residents, to allow it to become a multi-use, mixed-use residential, hopefully in the future, where it's vibrant. We bookended it at one point. We have Center Park coming in. We need to make sure, my voice is going. We need to make sure we have ways that the rest of Vacaville doesn't just call it a bedroom community. They understand what's happening downtown, so we can increase that number from 8% to 20%. I mean, if 1 out of 5 people call Vacaville home came to down to Vacaville at least once a month, that would extremely boost our downtown and really make it vibrant. If we can invest in that, making sure all of Vacaville understands what we have downtown, what we have going on, that would be absolutely amazing. So that's really it. It's just, I just wanted to segue on the e-bike, the passion I see, like, as is really working, and just how the housing laws, the plan, what we're doing, it's all going to come together, and I just excited.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, thank you for the presentation. All really exciting stuff to see up and coming for our downtown area. I'll try to keep my comments quick. Like the bridge lighting, interested to see the overall lighting for everything. The electronic sign stuff sounds cool. Just want to confirm the only digital part will be that bottom part. The metal sign will still be there because I really like that.
Correct.
Got it. Perfect. The Breeze banner system, the demonstration that you showed pictured like a metallic, like a white metal. Is that going to be color coded to match, or otherwise it's going to drive me nuts?
If I remember right, I think it comes in black and silver.
Maybe.
Black or silver.
Okay, well.
We'll investigate that further.
Yeah, if you could, yes, please investigate that. Love the merchant directional signing. A couple questions about crew, Chief. Sorry, buddy. Are these e-bikes Code 3 equipped?
Actually, they are. Within the amount of the grant, which was just about $10,000, we went to a local merchant, and for right about $9,980, they were able to put all of the Code 3 compliant equipment on all three of the bikes.
I think the council needs a demonstration or a video or a ride along, if you will.
There you go. On the handlebars, of course.
There's been a lot of talk about crew being back. Very excited about that. There's no doubt that our unhoused or homeless population definitely affects our businesses downtown. Do we have beds available for the homeless? We know winter's coming. We've had some people concerned about that. Do we have beds available?
Yes, we do. We have 5 beds at Shelter Solano that we fund constantly. We also have 2 local hotel rooms that we, again, fund constantly. But in the event that those beds and or hotel rooms were to be full, we have additional funding sources that will allow us in the moment to go and add additional rooms and or beds. Opportunity House is also opening up some different opportunities for us, pun intended, I guess, for us to be able to use some of their facilities as well. So definitely a good number of options for our homeless and houseless that are willing to accept them.
Well, and I think that's key what you just said, right? I want to make sure that the council's updated to make sure that we're aware of how many beds are available, or at least that beds are available or hotel rooms are available to the folks that are willing to accept that housing. Because I know that you cannot enforce laws with individuals that maybe are blocking the egress and ingress of businesses or affecting their businesses. I really want to make sure that we're balanced with our approach with helping the folks that need help, but also with making sure that people do feel safe going downtown and that it's not affecting their businesses as well.
With the recent court decisions, yes, we've been very strategic in making sure that we do have resources available in the event that we were to be full, which I can't say I can recall a time when we'd be completely full. We have, at times, we've had our Shelter Solano beds full, the 5 of them, but not the hotel rooms, and kind of vice versa. So, but in the event that did happen, again, like I said, we have additional funding available so that we can continue to add to those resources so that we are in compliance with Boise.
Perfect. And you would let us know if you needed more, right?
Absolutely.
Thank you. That's it.
Chief, sorry, you're not going to get to sit down since I figured you're up. Is the Safe Business Program part of crew operational? And could you explain the value and what the impression, what the purpose is for that?
Absolutely. So what the mayor's referring to, Safe Business Program, when we started crew way back when with just 2 officers and a sergeant, the goal was, as we expanded the unit, to add a Safe Business Program aspect to crew. We were able to do that, and then COVID happened. And so we didn't really get our feet underneath us to really take advantage of all the opportunities we had with that program. but that is absolutely going to be a core function of this expanded crew unit. And looking even further down the road as we look at, the neighborhood associations and then having potentially district staff, district officers that can help assist with those types of aspects of kind of taking that potentially off of crew's plate at that time. But crew right now is definitely going to undertake the Safe Business Program, restart it.
And on what the Vice Mayor had shared, safety is in statistics, but it's also in a feeling. And I know that there have been those in the business community, especially downtown. If it's our living room and we want people to come to our living room, we want it to look nice, feel nice. Do you anticipate when you can get to 7 days a week, the key is there's more of an ability to take the pressure off of your patrol resources and have a hands-on approach to the business needs the same way you want them to be engaged with the actual issue with the business or an actual issue with somebody who's experiencing homelessness or a challenge. Because that's a downtown that doesn't necessarily have its own beat, if you will.
Right.
But it is, it's the living room.
Sure. Absolutely. And the expanded work week of crew having 7 days a week, there's a lot of things going on downtown on the weekends that currently we're not able to service with crew officers. The farmers market and other activities and events that are taking place downtown. So this will help us address that on a more regular basis and be able to staff appropriately. The goal is also to, crew is going to be 4 detectives, but they're not going to necessarily be either partnered up 2 by 2 or individually doing their things. They work as a team. So their staffing can flex to the degree that if we have a big event downtown, we can use crew. We can have them flex their schedule so that crew will all be working at that particular time. So that's the goal.
You anticipate having, since it could be 7 days a week, sometimes safety, the feeling of safety is presence, visibility. When you have those who congregate into an area, it isn't seeing a police officer or a car because there's an event, but just because changes the tone, makes it normal just to see a police officer walking down the street.
Yes, absolutely.
Right,
And in I guess expanding that, those that are assigned to, which right now would be our Sector 1 or our Beat 1, encouraging the walking beats where we have 2 officers that double up, especially between the hours of 9 p.m. and 2 a.m. to head downtown and essentially have the walking beats as well as our bike patrol. We're planning on not just e-bikes, but actual bikes that people have to pedal. We did get some new bikes there, and as our staff is now increasing, we're increasing bike patrols, which again, for the events that take place downtown on the weekends and or at night, they're perfect. And so as we're increasing our staffing, we're expanding all those opportunities.
Thank you. And I have a few comments, and this is a special item, so this is one that, even though we're not taking action, appreciate all that you're doing. It's just some more feedback. The Business Ambassador Program, I think it is important because it's very unique downtown, and I do believe, so it was you that mentioned, what are we doing to help some of these businesses? One of us said this already, but what are we doing to help the businesses, not just the facade? Sometimes they have a unique issue that doesn't fit within the program. I think it would be very important moving forward as creative as we can be. What does that look like? I'm not saying that there's an immediate answer. It's just that to create the downtown that we're all experiencing, I'm very much open to what that would look like. Speaking of businesses, sometimes we hear of businesses that come in. We've heard the stories of how do we stay on top of, here's a perfect opportunity for a restaurant. Somebody comes in and we don't know about it. And the next thing you know, it doesn't really fit for what the use is for down there. Entertainment, retail, restaurants. And I won't name businesses, but it's like that doesn't fit there. And just to ensure that we really are intentional about what that looks like. As we're trying to do our part, are there things that we're missing that we can I don't know if it's part of a policy that we can talk at another time, but those are just observations as we hear it, and I think it's important for the public to know that as well. The creek walk sign, I don't know, not really saying that I'm an artist or what that looks like from a rendering. It might be interesting to, as beautiful as the main sign that we have, is create an opportunity for engagement with the public with some ideas, so options, instead of somebody just saying, here's the sign we're going to get to activate it, but create something that creates interest in people, almost like it's part of the art to embrace what that creek walk is. And I agree that ATM is ugly. Lighting, not going to go into it, but more expansion. The creek walk, I would love to see the whole creek area a place where you want to go walk. It's lit. There's maybe music and speakers. I've been to San Antonio, and you walk there and you have this feeling, and that's what we want for our downtown. So I appreciate the efforts each year to do these things. Let's just not forget about that master plan. So I think that's important. Glad that we don't charge for parking, right? It's frustrating to go somewhere and think, I gotta pay, I gotta pay, I gotta pay. And it's nice to see the numbers, that there is some capacity. I know there's differing opinions in a community about how far you should walk. I get that. I just a comment on that as far as an issue. And the trash cans, I hear raps, but I would say my own personal view is I don't want to see advertisement. I would want to see themes that might be seasonal, that add to the beauty and the art of a downtown, and not a phone number of a business. I think that's not necessarily what's helpful. People are looking for an environment and an experience, and I appreciate the work that we're doing. Let's just be strategic. We want to be down there. We want to feel safe. We want those restaurants. We want people to dine down there. So I appreciate the presentation. I'm going to open up to the public and to see if there's any comment from the public at this time. Figured there was at least one.
Mayor and City Council manager. I thought it might be useful. You've heard what the city's program has been coming to us downtown. I'm Ted Nema. I'm an officer of the Downtown Vacaville Business Improvement District. I'm a 18-year business owner there. We're very successful. We have 4 employees, and I thought it might give you some feedback about what the reaction was to everything you've heard today about this particular part of the segment. But before going into that, I just have to turn real quick and compliment. I want you to know that having grew up a little bit like you grew up, I was very moved by your comments. I wouldn't be here today if I didn't have the philosophy that there's always a way. So, first of all, it was good. I was lucky, but I don't know if Erin thought she was lucky. I happened to be one of the people interviewed, and I was very fortunate to be interviewed for us. And it was a really, I must tell you, the questions were great, and we had a great interchange, and I really felt when she and her partner left the property that we'd really had a chance to have a open, and I felt I was able to discuss everything that I wanted to discuss. And I thought I should mention that to you, that I thought that was a great program, and I hope we do more of that in the future. Number 2, I got to thank you for appointing this guy. That might be a bad compliment too. We have already seen downtown some of the dramatic changes regarding his work. So some of the most critical infrastructure problems we've had, he has already addressed. And as you know, he is underway, 22 projects this year versus 10 projects last year. So I want to thank you for bringing him aboard. And I want to also say that as a member of our advisory board, the person that we work with, the liaison, Tim Patton, one remarkable guy. He has a tremendous personality. He is a tremendous representative of the city. And I wouldn't want to leave here tonight without leaving the message of how grateful we are on our board and our officers of the downtown Vacaville to have had him to work with. So that's all I wanted to share with you tonight, give you a little feedback, and thank you.
Thank you. Good evening.
Vice Mayor, members, my name is Italia. I'm a freshman at Wolsey Wood and a part of PAL. I wanted to comment on the downtown master lighting study. I believe that we should add lighting to part of the Ulatis Creek Trail at Andrew Park. Some people would feel safer if there was more light, especially at night. I would also like to add about the trash receptacles upgrade. I often see the trash cans we have now like get full quickly. I feel like if we upgrade that, there could be like, or they're always overflowing. And I feel that if we upgrade them, that would definitely help. Thank you. Thoughts on how to improve the city?
Thank you for coming and sharing.
Good evening, Wiley, council members, and city staff. I'm Angelique Cameron. I'm 16 years old. I'm a junior at Vacaville High School. I'm a PAL teen and a police cadet for the city of Vacaville. I want to share my thoughts on the downtown plan. I want to start with the downtown murals. I believe that the murals are a very good idea. I believe that the murals are, we should include the youth and the people from the community in the designs and the painting process, and having the youth in the community be part of the murals will help people admire them. For example, the Rocky Hill Trail mural I was part of with some of the Palteens and the Eagle Scouts that led the process. The trail mural makes the street and the trail look brighter, and every time I pass by the mural, it makes me happy and it reminds me that I was part of it. Something else I want to share about was the crime response unit. I think that we should have officers full staffed Monday through Sunday. The chief is working on that. It will be good for the officers to build relationships with the businesses and provide them with resources. And thank you for your considerations, my opinions, and thank you for supporting the City of Vacaville and our program.
Thank you for sharing. All right, I'm going to bring this back to council and say I appreciate the presentation and the feedback. This is information only, so there's no, you've heard a lot of direction, but there's no actual vote on anything. But I know that I think we've all seen you take a lot of notes. So it's a gem and it's a jewel for us, and we all want to see it successful. So with that, thank you very much for the presentation. Oh, sorry, Councilmember Stockton.
I'd like to motion that we take a 10-minute break.
Let's take a 10-minute break. a very useful evening, and we'll see how we can get through it
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
expeditiously.
Thank you, sir. This next item before you, at the request of council at a recent meeting, we are bringing back a presentation that was presented to the city's planning commission relating to all the new housing legislation. So with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Erin Morris, your community development director, who will walk you through that briefly.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm going to jump right in here, beginning with some opening statements. Some of this we've actually talked about fairly recently in the context of various housing projects, but the recent housing legislation has changed a lot of things about how housing development is governed. So, and this is really in recognition that California has a housing supply shortage, an affordability crisis. The state thinks that we need to build at least 320,000 new homes a year over the next 8 years to catch up. That's more than 2.5 times the number of homes that are typically built annually. There's actually been 150 new housing bills since 2017. So part of what me and my staff and I do is we try to keep track of all these. And then the other just of note as we lead into the rest of the presentation, a lot of the new housing laws are being implemented either as part of the housing element adoption that just occurred or in some of the work plans that I will highlight very briefly toward the end of this presentation. So I'm going to dive right in. I'm going to talk about transit-oriented development, some reporting requirements, educational facility housing, residential and commercial areas, accessory dwelling units, density bonus, building permit administration, everyone's favorite topic, and I'll close out with some law about emergency shelters. So from the top, there's a couple different laws that relate to transit-oriented development, and the most notable one is AB 2097. This prohibits a city from requiring parking when a project is within a half a mile of a major transit stop. We presented this to Planning Commission. At the time, we believed that this law did not apply to Vacaville, but upon further scrutiny, because our 2 major transit stations have intersecting bus routes that operate at a specific level of frequency, both our downtown transit center and the one in the Allison area, they both qualify as major transit stops. So if a developer wanted to build housing and not provide parking under AB 2097, we would not be able to require it. I would like to let you know that most developers do want parking. They recognize that's part of what people want when they rent or buy homes, but I'll keep moving. Another transit-oriented development law is AB 1551. And this allows a density bonus for a commercial developer who wants to partner with a housing developer or provide housing that is 30% low income or 15% very low income. This would work on a site that's within a half a mile of a major transit stop. So again, there's that locational criteria. And if this project moves forward, they are allowed to have flexibility on floor area ratio, height, and other development requirements in order to make the housing happen. And this law will be in effect until 2028. Moving on to reporting requirements, these are actually kind of boring, except for that every year the Planning Commission and the Council will receive the annual report. And so just so that you're aware, with the new laws, both AB 2094 and the next one, which is AB 2653, staff has already integrated these into the annual report starting last year, and you'll see these laws being implemented in the data that we will incorporate into the 2023 housing report that you'll receive in early 24. And these are just really more data the state's requesting that we assemble for their review. Moving on to educational facility housing, there's actually multiple laws that are really trying to help school districts, college districts, and others build housing for students, for teachers, for other staff. So AB 2295 is actually specific to teacher housing, exempts the teacher housing projects from some local regulations, allows rental housing for teachers to be constructed on school district-owned land. Nuances here, getting a little bit into planning details, but essentially if a school or a college builds housing, they don't get permits from the City of Vacaville. They go through the state architect's offices. So we don't get RENA credit, but we do get the benefit of the housing that they have built. But we do not get RENA credit. And then the AB 1719 allows community colleges to build housing, and SB 886 exempts college faculty housing from CEQA. So the state's been busy trying to figure out ways to house people that teach, people that are being taught, and people that help support that ecosystem. This is a topic the council actually asked about in previous. So it's there are a couple laws, new laws that relate to residential development and commercial zones. So we just adopted a housing element. We have allowed housing in a lot of places, and then these state laws allow housing in some additional places. So SB 6 allows multifamily housing and mixed-use developments where office and retail or parking lots are the main use that's allowed if the developer uses prevailing wage and a skilled and trained workforce, and if what they're proposing meets our objective design standards and our density standards and our public notification. This one is not quite as streamlined as some of the others. It comes with a lot of caveats. And this can allow a development project that's 100% residential or a mixed-use project to invoke SB 35 and the Housing Accountability Act. And what that really means is that is the streamlining piece. If should they choose to, and if they meet all the criteria that are listed on this slide and a few more that I couldn't fit on this slide, they could in fact move through a fairly expedited review process. More on residential development and commercial zones. AB 2011 creates a ministerial, which means they go straight to the building permitting process, CEQA exempt, time limited, meaning everything has to move quickly, approval process for multifamily housing on commercially zoned property. Again, this law comes with strings attached. The developer has to pay prevailing wages. They also have to provide below market rate units at different income levels. And it's either 100% affordable housing, or they might be able to do 15% if they're on certain commercial corridors. So both of these commercial housing commercial zones really come with a lot of details. Staff's not really sure anyone will avail themselves of these laws here in Vacaville, but we're informed and we're ready should someone come forward. Accessory dwelling units, I think every single year the state of California has changed laws related to accessory dwelling units, and last year was no exception. So SB 897 has increased the height limits for accessory dwelling units, and it also allows detached accessory dwelling units on multifamily projects. So the height limits are increased as shown on the slide, 16 feet, 18 feet, up to 25 feet. And we do have the authority to limit the height of an ADU to 2 stories. I'm really not aware of any 3-story ADUs, but we can say they can't be more than 2 stories. These will be incorporated in the code update that is, I'll talk about in a little bit, staff is launching to bring to council for adoption mid-24 in order to be in compliance with state law. And there's more on the ADU law front. Again, we have the requirement that people are now allowed to build junior accessory dwelling units. These are smaller units that are typically carved out of an existing home that may have like a kind of efficiency kitchen. These can now occur in attached garages. But if someone does that, they have to have an interior entry between the junior unit and the main living area or the house to provide the access to the bathroom. So I'm not sure how popular this will be, but this is what the state is allowing. Another notable change is that building an ADU cannot trigger the requirement to install fire sprinklers in an existing multifamily dwelling. Under current law, if someone comes in to build an ADU and the house that they're building it at or the apartment they're building at it is sprinklered, then we can require sprinklers for the ADU. But the state has stepped in and said for multifamily ADUs, you cannot require fire sprinklers, so we will not be requiring fire sprinklers. The other thing about SB 897 is that the owner occupancy restrictions for properties with ADUs that cities used to require across the board can be reinstated in local ordinances beginning on January 1st, 2025. At this point, they can all be rental units. Okay, a few density bonus laws. Density bonus broadly is a way that the state allows people to build additional units on sites where the city has planned for a lower number of units. And also it's another tool the state uses to allow developers to get flexibility to development standards. So this is another area of state law that changes every year. The state has clarified through AB 682 that shared housing buildings or co-housing projects are eligible for density bonuses. Through AB 1551, they've extended certain density law benefits for mixed-use projects through January 1st of 2028. Through AB 2334, they're allowing 100% affordable projects to have unlimited density if they're in certain areas. In that case, though, 80% of the units would have to be affordable to low-income households. All the density bonus laws are currently being evaluated by my team, and the code amendments we need to make will get rolled up into the code update I mentioned earlier in my presentation. Building permit process. Already in the planning entitlement process, we have something called the Permit Streamlining Act that mandates limitations on how much time staff can review projects and provide comments and make determinations. So AB 2238 is bringing some of that into the building permitting process and setting specific processing timeframes for building permits. SB 1214 for architectural drawings is actually providing a greater protection of the intellectual property associated with architectural drawings. So it actually limits the way cities can make that available electronically to members of the public. And then my last law area tonight is a topic of emergency shelters. So just going back about 15, 20 years, current planning thinking at the time was if we have to allow emergency shelters, let's allow them in our industrial areas. You know, they're in areas of town where they're not going to really bother people, and there's a lot of like reason behind that, I suppose. Under the Bloom's AB 2339, local governments are not allowed to put emergency shelters in industrial areas unless it's an area that already allows residential development. And further, if it's a non-residential site, and again, it would have to be a non-residential site that also where residential could be allowed, the city has to demonstrate that the site is located near amenities and services that serve people experiencing homelessness, that there's free transportation to those services, or the services are offered on site. And then the other component to the emergency shelter law is in our housing element, we had to demonstrate that we have adequate sites to accommodate the community's homeless population. So emergency shelters are another code amendment that is getting rolled up in the housing element code updates that will be coming back to council by mid next year. My conclusion slide, it sounds a little bit grim, but really in the future, Vacaville and other California cities can really expect that we're going to continue to have new housing laws every single year. That's been true, 150 since 2017. And really that they are always intended to expedite the production of housing at all affordability levels. So when we talk about local control versus state control, the state is really stepping in to say we want housing, we want it now, and we're going to make sure that cities make it happen. We can expect additional mandates, and we can also expect that although we'll do a kind of a comprehensive housing-related code update this year, we'll be bringing the council annual updates as the state laws continue to change to ensure that our local laws are consistent with state law. And this is an informational item, so no actions required. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you for the update. Disappointing at the pace of policies that are coming out of Sacramento. Councilmember Silva.
Great overview. Question one is, will this be where if the want to direct public to this, is there going to be a web page that we can direct folks to updated policies, whether it be at the state level or even within our city? And question two, with these, is there anything there to promote or help secure more ownership? I see tremendous amount of efforts that are promoting renters, and I know that helps access housing. But is there any efforts to help promote more ownership? Thank you.
On the topic of ownership, my next presentation after this one, we're going to talk about that topic. So stay tuned. On the topic of how the public will know what we're working on, the staff report, the presentation will be on our website. But also as we start to bring forward these housing element implementation programs, in particular the code update, we will be doing community outreach. We'll be doing at least 1 or 2 community meetings as we develop the code update. We'll be doing a study session with Planning Commission and Council. And then when we come back to the council for adoption, it will have gone through a pretty good vetting process with the public, and we will have information on the web. That's all ahead.
I do appreciate your comment. You know, how do we point the public and the industry to the information that's constantly changing? So oftentimes they look to us and say, what are we doing? It's like, well, what is Sacramento doing? So anyway, we can allow people to know where to look. That's good. Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you because I know I was the one that asked for this. Yeah, hopefully we don't need to get these too regularly and they slow down with their policies a little bit, but I don't foresee that happening anytime soon. Yeah, thank you for bringing this to us.
I'm going to open up to the public for any comment. Being none, I'm going to close public comment, bring it back to the council, and there's no action item on this, but I appreciate the updates, and I'll turn it over to the city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of the council. This last item before you tonight is hopefully a wrap up, if you will, of all the different housing subjects that we've been presenting to the council during the course of this year. There's been many subjects, as Ms. Morris has alluded to in her prior presentation. We've been giving you puzzle pieces all along the way this year. The purpose of tonight's meeting is to kind of provide a final synopsis of everything that we've been presenting to you and hearing from you in return, because we have yet part 2 of the next big housing journey going forward with regards to urban reserve and growth areas. This is a wrap-up presentation, and with that, I'll turn it over to Ms. Morris.
Thank you again, Mr. City Manager. Hello again, Mayor Carly and Council. So I'm going to go through this presentation again relatively quickly because I'm not going to recap all of the presentations that were here relatively recently. This slide shows how in April we've had 3 different sessions to talk about various housing and land development and community development topics. Session in May that focused on inclusionary housing, session in June in which you adopted the city's housing element, and then in July I was back here with objective design standards. So there's a lot of background. I'm not going to go through all of it, but I wanted to hopefully cover some of the topics that I believe are of interest to the council, and I've listed them here. So my presentation is going to touch on housing needs, because that's kind of where this all starts with what are the needs of this community as it relates to housing. Go back to inclusionary housing. We did a whole presentation on that, but really talk about what those next steps could be. Talk about the city's interest in promoting a variety of housing types and home ownership. Go back to the topic of objective design standards, really to recap the direction staff got and where we see we're going with that one based on what the council's feedback was. I'm going to touch briefly about public benefits achieved through the development review process. That gets a little bit into development agreements. And then, as I promised, talking about housing element implementation and what's involved in that. And then lastly, we're not talking about the urban reserve tonight, but I just want to highlight, remind you all what that background is. So as we get into the next topic, you'll be prepared. So on a housing needs recap, I presented a tremendous amount of charts and graphs and data, but I just think it kind of boils down to this. We as a city, like many cities in California, have experienced declining housing production over the last 4 decades. And with a decline in housing production, there's a decline in available housing. And when there's a decline in available housing, in particular lack of new supply, that typically causes housing prices and rents to rise. And that has happened at a substantial level over the last decade or so. Unique to Vacaville, not totally unique, but fairly unique to Vacaville, is that we do not have a local funding source for affordable housing except for the sale of our city-owned lands, and we don't have that much land left. Other cities have housing trust funds, they have housing impact fees, they have inclusionary housing, they have, I don't know, other funds. We don't have that here in Vacaville. And then also housing, on the housing needs side, both the housing strategy and the housing element really agree that there's a greater diversity of housing types that we need here to meet our economic goals. And so this slide is one of those data slides, and I'll move kind of quickly, but just really like the city's track record in producing deed-restricted affordable housing is actually quite impressive given the lack of the land we have, but the lack of funds and the need to really leverage state funds and other funds. What this chart shows is over the last 8-year housing cycle, we overproduced in the above moderate income category by almost 2,000 units. We overproduced in the moderate income category by 408 units. We underproduced in extremely low, very low, and low to the tune of more than a couple hundred units. So it shows, I think, maybe what might be obvious to all of us that, you know, absent some significant local funding source or some funding source, it's really hard for the city to meet our requirements on the extremely low, very low, and low side for these low-income families. And I put the income limit slide up here. I want to keep moving because it's kind of hard to take in all at once. But just to remind everyone that right now, if you are a part of a family of 4 that makes less than $112,600, you're considered below median income. And if you're a family of 4 that makes $91,500, you're considered low income. And so we have a lot of families in Vacaville, whether they're 4-person families or 2-person families or 3-person families, that really are falling below that median income line. And by the way, we will get new data on income limits for 2024 toward the end of this year. The other thing about Vacaville, when we talk about the need for greater diversity of housing types, et cetera, is that our data shows we do have a lot of single-family detached housing. That's the big pie chart on the left side. Most of our housing is single-family detached. And we have other kinds of housing too, but we have a lot of single-family detached housing. And if you spend a lot of time staring at our maps like I do, a lot of it is on relatively large lots. And then on the renter versus ownership side, Vacaville is still a predominantly owner-occupied community, but there absolutely is an opportunity for more housing for renters, but there's also an opportunity to grow that home ownership side of that particular pie chart. So I'm going to move on to inclusionary housing. Just to recap for the council, inclusionary housing would be the city having a rule that if someone's building housing here, that a certain percentage of those new housing units have to be very low, low, or moderate income. That's the overall overarching premise with inclusionary housing, and there's lots of nuances to it. Essentially, the goal of inclusionary housing is to allow lower income households to live in higher resource areas, which is research shows helps address systemic barriers and brings people together in a more inclusive way. And again, our city doesn't have a funding source to incentivize affordable housing, so having an inclusionary ordinance can provide the way for that kind of housing to happen. In my last presentation, which I'm not going to go over again, I just want to remind the council, imposing a requirement that every project has deed restricted units is one way to go. Another way to go is to say projects of a certain size have to do the deed restricted units. Another way to go is to allow people to pay an in lieu fee to opt out of doing it on site and to put that money into the city's housing trust fund. Different ways of doing this program, but fundamentally it's about integrating our community and bringing different kinds of folks at different income levels to share the same space. So, and I just covered these. The next steps for inclusionary housing is to bring the council this item for action to issue an RFP. Based on the study session the council had, I do feel that this is the best next step. I have budget built into my budget this year to do this. So this is something that will be coming to council on October 10th for your consideration as the issuance of an RFP to really get into the nitty gritty with exploring inclusionary housing for Vacaville. So my next topic is promoting a variety of housing types. And this theme of promoting a variety of housing types is at the heart of both the housing strategy, which was the City of Vacaville study of housing and what we need. And it's actually at the heart of the housing element, which is the state's version of requiring us to look at what we need. And so essentially, I see that as an aligned vision, that there's an aligned vision between the state planning and our local planning, that we want a diversity of housing types to meet the various community needs. And really, this council's been very clear, and actually our public is pretty clear, home ownership opportunities can be a focus. And part of what happens when you have a diverser, particularly single-family sellable product types, where you have single-family homes on smaller lots, sometimes they're attached to another home, so that the lot's a little bit smaller. Sometimes it's a small home and it's on a small lot and it's detached. But the point is, there are lots of other housing types that can actually essentially bring that price point down and can provide some of those entry points for people who are, they've done the renting, now they're ready to move into home ownership. But also from a housing element and housing strategy perspective, we also need, all kinds of housing. And it's funny because the state's focus, which is reflected in our housing element, I mean, they're just focused on high density housing because they believe, and there's studies that show the denser it is, the more affordable it is to build, the more units you get, the more amenities you can get. And so that's why the state's really a fan of high density residential. Our housing strategy says we need it all. We need high density housing, we need middle density housing, we need executive homes. We really looked at the whole spectrum, but I guess I can say everybody on the jury seems to agree that there's a desire to have a variety of housing types. And then lastly, just yesterday, the urban reserve analysis was placed on the city's website. So this is a document, I'll send an announcement out, but we just got it up at the very end of business yesterday. And so in the urban reserve analysis, we've really broken down the approved housing projects that are in the pipeline, the ones that are under construction, the land we have planned for housing. And a next step from that analysis is looking at really like, how is our planning balanced across the different housing types? Are we planning for mostly high density housing and then low and not much in the middle? And so we're going to be using the data from the urban reserve analysis to help us understand this issue of what it's going to take to get a variety of housing types. And that's something you can expect to hear more about on October 24th when the urban reserve comes back to council. So just recapping objective design standards, I really enjoyed that discussion. I think some of you did too. Just really, there's some work to do with our local codes to clarify and amplify, in particular, our multifamily design standards. And then we also found some things in single family, and definitely the council's interested in us looking at parking. So I consider that to be direction sufficient to integrate that into our the code amendment we're going to be bringing forward. And then the other thing is our housing element already required us to do some work on objective standards. So this stuff will fit neatly together into this package. It's this growing package of work that my team and I will be undertaking. We will be beginning this work next month, and the plan is to get it to council by June of 2024, so we can get the code update, including the objective design standards, wrapped up. Okay, now I'm going to switch gears. So the question is sort of like the public benefits of the development review process, or the public benefits of developing a community. So if you go back to the first 2 or 3 presentations I did, I talked about how we have a general plan. It articulates the city's vision for the land uses we want and where we want them and at what density. Some of the follow-up conversations, the state has jumped in and said, okay, that's nice that you want these things, and now here's some other things that can happen. Fundamentally, over time, there's a general perception that if developers are here building out the general plan, consistent with the general plan, that is a public benefit, that they're actually implementing the city's vision. However, as this council's discussed a lot, that may or may not be enough. And that's where the concept of the development agreement comes in. And that's something that we've had a lot of public conversation about this. But when we have a new development, in particular, a new specific plan or a new master plan area, or just like a really big project, the development agreement is the very best tool to get tangible and specific public benefits for the city of Vacaville. And so that is the tool that I recommend we always bring forward and seek cooperation from people on, because development agreements benefit developers. They usually gain a longer term than they would normally get. Like normally a project's approved for 2 years, and you get a couple extensions. They can get a longer term, so the project's alive for longer. They can get an approval to phase their infrastructure, which allows them to be strategic about how they're going to pull this thing off. They can get a locking in of certain fees sometimes. They'll negotiate that they want to pay the impact fees that are in effect right now, and that those will get a little bit gray as time passes. The city can get a lot of things too. We can get turnkey parks, we can get land, we can get additional public improvements. So I just want to say, if we're talking about getting public benefits from the development process, the development agreement is the best tool we have, especially as the state's jumping in and reducing a lot of our bandwidth on getting other things. Okay, and so I'm almost toward the end of this presentation. Housing element implementation. We told the council there's 40 programs we have to implement by 2026. It turns out those programs are about 93 separate things that Emily Cantu and I have been dissecting and assigning to our respective departments. There's a lot to do. The state tipped it, so pretty much everything's due by the end of 2024, and then there's some things after that. So I just want to briefly let the council know we are working on universal design informational materials that will be presented to Planning Commission and added to our website. I know Emily's working hard on the Vanden Townhome site RFP, and I'm working on the inclusionary housing RFP. We're required to have development community meetings to talk to them about special needs housing and see what they can do to help. That will be happening before the end of the calendar year. And I have staff working on a general plan amendment to change the Markham site that's going to be back to Parks and Recreation. That's going to come forward to council by the end of the year versus housing. And we also have 2 policy amendments that we're working on that are housing element items. But the list continues. These are all still things that have to be done by the end of the year. So Emily will be meeting with the North Bay Regional Center. My staff are mapping low, moderate, and high resource areas. I believe Emily will be meeting a couple different folks about low barrier navigation centers. My staff is writing a policy for how we implement SB 35. All of us are tasked with increasing community support for housing. I'm totally not sure what the plan is on that one, but we'll come up with one. We're updating our websites to be super clear about our development impact fees. So when developers come in, they know with certainty what they're going to have to pay in order to build here. Emily is tasked with pursuing funding for a first-time homebuyer program, and then my shop is tasked with tracking all of our pipeline projects, pipeline housing projects, and being prepared to share those with the state on a quarterly basis. And then next year, by June of next year, we're working on this code amendment that will deal with a variety of housing types, ADU and density bonus, supportive housing, emergency shelters, and a whole bunch of other things that fit into that bucket, including objective design standards. As I mentioned, we have to have a fully developed, streamlined process process for housing projects. We have to figure out how we're going to incentivize affordable housing construction. Basically, there's a bunch of things we have to do, and we have to come up with a plan for how we're going to do them. And then the last item by mid next year is having an action plan for rolling out the ADU program. And the state's given us some time after that to actually implement the action plan. So all I can say is our cups are running over, but we are all organized to get these things done as required by the state. Okay, my last topic is the urban reserve. So I did a presentation that talked about growth management and how the city has planned for growth. And there's these parts of Vacaville that were basically designated urban reserve when the general plan was last updated in 2015. And the idea was the city council decided we're not assigning a land use designation. We're not deciding what's happening here now. We're going to wait until certain triggers are met, and then we're going to do the planning. So we have about 600 acres in the east of Leisure-Town growth area, and we have about 90 acres up in the northeast growth area. And when you see the urban reserve analysis, this map will be a lot bigger, and you can take it in more. But essentially, in order to decide whether or not to unlock the urban reserve and plan these lands, our municipal code sets up a three-part process. So the first step is a development inventory and land need forecast. We prepared that last year and went to council, got direction to take it out, get more public feedback on it, get developer feedback on it, and bring it back. So it's taken a little while, but that is the report that was published yesterday, and that is the report that will be at council on October 24th. After that report is prepared, then the next step is to figure out whether or not, as a city, we need these lands to unlock these lands. And then the council has to consider whether they want to do it, and if they do, which lands they would like to proceed through a planning process. So that's sort of the nutshell. I'll be bringing that back to you. This recaps what I just already said. It will be at Planning Commission on October 3rd at a special meeting, and it'll be coming to council on October 24th for an in-depth discussion and direction. So here are my next steps. October 10th, inclusionary housing RFP. October 24th, urban reserve. December 12th, the Markham general plan amendment and rezoning, plus the 2 housing element general plan amendments. And then in January, I'll be coming back to give you just more of a housing element implementation update, the outreach we've done, the outreach we're doing, so that you're kept in the loop ahead of when the code amendments come to you for action in June. And that concludes my presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. That was quite a lot to consume, but appreciate the information. So you say it's on the website now, right? On the urban reserve.
The urban reserve report is on the website.
Councilmember Chapman.
Thank you. Thank you for the update of the update. Thank you for the review of the previous updates. Still didn't say it sound right. But anyway, I have a question on urban reserve. I want to just understand the process of how the property comes into the reserve. A portion of my understanding is that individuals outside, individuals that have property, let's say on that'll be the east side of Leisure-Town. Yeah, going out. If they were interested, if they no longer wanted to retain their property and they wanted to get it into the urban reserve, what is the process for them? Now, I recall way back when you made a comment that you made contact with many of the homeowners to see what their desire. And if they shared at that time they were interested in their property being included, then of course you listed them. What if there is someone who is in the area and they would like for their property to now be in the reserve? Is there a certain period in which you create that urban reserve for them to have an opportunity to be included? Or can they come in if they should hear we're looking into this?
These are great questions. So the urban reserve it really was established on lands that are within the city's ultimate growth area, like as established through LAFCO, county planning, et cetera. So it's land that's already in our ultimate limit area, but is not yet in the city. And these lands, these 689.68 acres, the council said, we're not going to assign a city general plan designation to them because we're not sure that we want to activate them or use them or do anything with them. So we're going to call it urban reserve, and we're going to set forth a process. If a property does not have the urban reserve designation and it's in our ultimate limit, it has a general plan designation already. So for example, Brighton Landing and Roberts Ranch, as part of the 2015 general plan, they were not designated urban reserve. They were actually designated for development, and that development has occurred. But if you're asking if there's anybody at the periphery part of town that isn't currently in the city and wants to come into the city, that can get very complicated, and it really depends on whether they're within our ultimate sphere of influence, our ultimate boundary, or not. But I'm happy to try to clarify that further.
Thank you. I'm going to open this up to the public for comment. Seeing none, I'll bring this back to the council. Councilmember Silla.
Thank you for the overview. The one area that I don't know if there's more literature you can refer me or us to, I'll say, but just the recommendation of in lieu fee. I've heard different concerns from other electeds throughout the state about that process. And so I just want to leave it general. I'm just curious to see what are the pros and cons with the in lieu fees. What are the criticisms of that and the efforts to support the concept of inclusionary zoning, the negative impact that it may or may not have to the city residents. So any, I mean, I'll do my own research, but anything that you have of why you feel that's the route we should go, I'd appreciate it.
We will, in the RFP that I have not yet written, but I'm working on, we're really going to ask the consultant to look at all the different options so the council can be really informed about the different options and different recommendations. I think I've worked for 3 jurisdictions that have an in lieu fee and have allowed people to pay that. I think one of the biggest challenges I've seen is it's really not that much money to produce housing, especially since like a park, the money gets collected over time. By the time you want to do something with it, is it really enough to do what you expect you want to do with it? But we, Councilmember Silva, we will be looking at that thoroughly as part of looking at the topic of inclusionary housing broadly.
And then one last comment on the what has been put on the website. That will obviously come back to the council just for discussion. Will it be an action item, or will it just be discussion?
I think the city manager and I are still working out exactly what's coming to council on October 24th, but I think we would like to get some direction from the council. So that direction is a form of action. So stay tuned.
Thank you. Councilmember Ritchie.
So I'll try to talk. See what happens. I think that was an amazing presentation. I cannot believe how fast you can talk, and it's amazing. You know, one thing you talked about is the housing trust, and I think like 2-3 months ago I mentioned the possibility of a housing trust and ways we can use community benefit funds to kind of originate and start that, and how we can start thinking differently of ways to kind of create inclusionary housing. So like that word inclusionary housing, it's necessary, but it's essentially focused. And like where Mike raised emphasis and passion, I really love it, is it's great housing that's affordable, but not just for rental, but for ownership. And the inclusionary housing essentially is built for making affordable living, but let's comma in a rented home. And so I think just the emphasis that we have to the missing middle and the stratification of housing, it is so important because it's going to allow the density, it's going to allow for lot sizes, cost per square foot. So therefore we can have housing that's, I mean, executive housing is a must. Housing of all levels is a must. But the problem is if we just have super nice houses and bottom of the rung, you're going to handcuff homeowners. They're not going to be, they'll barely be able to get into the first level of homeownership, and they won't be able to jump to the next level. So having that ability to own homes at different diverse sectors of the housing process will allow someone to go from renter to homeowner and then move up within the same city without feeling like, oh, I can afford $230,000 because we built 10 of them, but I cannot afford $1 million. Like, it's a massive jump. So I think having that, really understanding how important it is to make sure our developers bring us a diverse population of homes, and maybe some that are not just smaller and more affordable for rent, but hey, we got to change the footprint, do some kind of shared driveways. Whatever we need to do, there's a lot of techniques we can do in the missing middle to make houses more affordable. And the housing trust fund, I mean, it's amazing. I mean, some of these developers and all these things come to city, we can start the conversation, hey, we want to develop we call it the VHFT, Vacaville Housing Trust Fund, right? I mean, The developer brings $20 million to the city, $10 million for the city. We build a park. Now it's another park in the city of Vacaville with an ongoing expense. That money can go into a housing trust fund to start the ability for residents to create home ownership. You put some money, you put $10 million in a trust fund, and you put some portion at a 6-month treasury, two-year treasury, 5-year treasury. They're kicking off 4 to 5%. You start lending that money out of the trust fund. There's DPA programs that cover 100% of the down payment. You take $10,000 of closing costs, pay for the closing costs. They're in the house, almost no money out of pocket. When they refinance or move, it goes back to the trust fund and allows us to get more interest. We can create a perpetual system in the city that allow people to attain home ownership. And when they move up or the family grows, another kid comes, they will move up. The money goes back to the fund and help the next family. So I really want to be involved to make sure we understand, like, yes, I love parks. I love all these things we need, but we can take the same funds and instead of making another expense for the city, we can create something that brings wealth and value. And that's just, it's just, I'm passionate about homeownership, and there's a lot of great programs. There's a lot of CREs out there that are coming that can really help out. There's one, I'm not gonna name the investor, but they're gonna launch it. It's about 4 months, they're gonna make big news, so they probably hate me, but they're developing plans to help first-generation homeowners. So if no one in your family's ever owned a home, they're going to allow you to do 100% financing, up to 200% of the AMI. There's a lot of amazing companies that are finding ways to create home ownership and make it possible. Like, that makes a big deal. When you can do that, it really opens a barrier to entries and it throws them to the ground and allows them to get in that house. So I just really pay attention to the programs that are out there and how we can use those funds. Like, the Achilles heel is down payment and closing costs. If we can have a trust fund in the city to help them with a part of that, it would just create so much value. So that's it. So I appreciate everything you're doing.
Thank you for the presentation. I'm sure this will be continued conversation. And with that, we will move on to item 10, reports of the city manager.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. Just real quickly, just a friendly reminder to council and to our community that this Saturday, the 16th, we will be hosting, I believe, our 5th Make a Difference Day. We're supposed to have a picture up there, but it's just a general reminder. Here we go. It's our 5th Let's Make a Difference Day. We will be in the neighborhood of Allen Street, Beard Street, and Beard Court. We're always looking for new volunteers to come out and help us come make a difference in the community. There will be lots of cleanup work and activities that we need your help with. And so if you're interested, please contact us as shown on the flyer. We just need a simple form for you to fill out, and there will be an early morning continental breakfast type thing and then a barbecue at the completion of the event. So appreciate council's continued support for this program. We've had lots of success with it, and we look to make a difference out there on Saturday. So thank you.
Thank you. That's a good program. And with that, we'll go to item 11, the reports of the city council. Councilmember Silva.
So yeah, looking forward to our 5th Make a Difference Day. The first, ever since the first one, the impact that has made on the local residents, it really is something that you really have to be in and be a part of. I know there's different perceptions that have been out there, but I can't thank everybody from staff who puts a lot of work to organize that. So if you're available, stop by. I've already heard from a lot of residents in the area that there's already a buzz. They're excited. So looking forward to Saturday. I don't see Tim look like he quit early, but I definitely want, so hopefully, I mean, I'll reach out to him, but I know maybe I felt like he was like, hey man, nobody likes me when it was up here, and we're praising Melissa up there for her service. But I've known Tim for a few years now, more so from the professor side of biotech. Attended a couple of conferences with him, got to know him really, personal through the years. Got a great heart. He's a good guy. Really enjoyed little chats with him, and wish him well on his next venture. So Nobody else quit yet, so we'll try to be nicer to you all. But no, definitely want to thank you, Tim, and look forward to keeping in touch. I'm gonna leave it at that for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Chapman.
I have a few, really, requests that I would like to put before the council, and I hope I can get some support with them. Several months ago, I made mention of my interest in having a primary artery in Vacaville named after Martin Luther King. And I've addressed this, I've shared it with the city manager, and that this was a desire, and he's even given me information on how we go about and what it entails, what would be involved. And so I would like to ask if I can get, have that put on a future agenda, if I have enough support, to have it put on the agenda, to have the city manager bring back information on how that would occur, and then if we can take action on it at that time. And I hope there will be enough support to have that done. So,
Clarifying question.
yes.
So are you asking to have a presentation on the process, or a presentation on the process and renaming a street?
And
Or-
possibly renaming, yes. Have a presentation on the process, what it entails, so that everyone would know what's required. And then following the presentation, I would like to ask that a vote be taken in support, hopefully in support of moving forward.
I'm always in favor of understanding a process. I've read the process. Very complicated, and so I
Yes.
think that's why it would be very important to understand the implications, so that there's the ability to name a new street is very easy. The ability to rename a street, having read the process, is massive undertaking.
It's very involved.
And the costs involved then they are incurred on the individuals who are raising it, and if it's us, then we're imposing it on the taxpayers. So you can't take something lightly, especially if it's primary arteries. Primary arteries probably not even in the realm of possibility. You think of every business that has to change all their records, family trusts that have to change all their records. I mean, all that has to be paid for by someone. So, but I'm not opposed to understanding the process. Reading it, I had a lot of questions and realized that's a major undertaking for something that's existing versus something that's new. Especially knowing there's a lot of development that's about to come.
And if it's a section, it could be, I'm only hypothetical. I'm just putting this out there as an example. Like Vanden Road, there's nothing from where Vacaville city limits begin to where does it end before. So, but there's not a lot of businesses or homes on that street. I just put that out there as an example. But if it was, say Alamo Drive, that's totally different because it impacts every resident on Alamo Drive. So that would be totally out of question. So that's why I think it would be important, first of all, that everyone understand what the undertaking would be.
So, so maybe then bring back a discussion on what why don't we just do this, a discussion on what the process is and compare it to what the impact on existing and also the process for new development, maybe a new development. I mean, think about the potential for just bringing back a process discussion. But two parts. One is the impact on existing, and second is an impact on a potential new development, as far as what that, just so that we all can be informed on what that looks like.
Sure. Okay, that we asked I think there's a question. Did you?
Oh, I just wanted to clarify. I've had residents reach out to me about changing names of a certain street name. So it's not at the what you're requesting or suggesting, it's from a different approach. So I'm absolutely would second information we get discussion on policies, our policies.
Thank you.
So, yeah, you asked, you have a second? A clear understanding if we vote on that? Okay. All in favor? Aye. Okay.
Thank you for your support. Now, I have another one. We've had residents come before us in regards to their concern or our concern regarding our unsheltered population. We have dealt with extreme heat this year, and we're still having warm days. I would like to hear from our representatives to the JPA with what is being done through the JPA for the residents of Solano County. What have we gained? I should use the word gained, but what is being done for the residents here in Vacaville, and the possibility of a discussion on a cooling and warming center. I'm passionate about it. I really.
Sure.
Oh, absolutely.
So I have put in a
yeah.
request
Go
to,
ahead.
with staff to have, to request for the JPA staff to come down here and give our council an update on where we're at in the process and moving forward, including some of the topics that you just brought up.
Wonderful.
So would that be a discussion potentially in an upcoming answer? Is that something we could have the JPA, or what would you recommend?
I think it would be advisable for down with our two representatives and discuss this, because there's some activities that the JPA board is asking of the city managers group. And I think there's dialogue that we need to have about, next steps, but definitely we need to have that conversation. And so I'm absolutely prepared to meet with council members Stockton and Roberts to talk about the best way to present that to the, well as the issue centers and the warming centers, as Councilmember Roberts mentioned at the last meeting in response to the community request. Part of the answer for that piece, it lies within what the county's doing and their plan, and that hasn't been completed yet, which is supposed to be soon. And so that will kind of help dictate how that happens. So timing is everything, but I know that it's important, and I'm just wanting to come to the council. We have some valuable information to share with you.
Right. And I appreciate that. And I think it's important that the community know that we're not sitting back, not doing nothing. They need to know that we're actually looking into the needs of that sector of our population. So do I need, so to make certain that that gets on the agenda, I understand you've made the request. So I'm making requests.
Nothing's needed any further.
So if I could add, the request as I'm hearing is when that discussion has coming back with a lens that it's going to be winter soon, and whatever is going to be specific to what we will do from a warming center. I mean, by then cooling doesn't matter, but that's always an issue. So that's part of a discussion that that the having, and they could also come back. That's likely going to be on the conversation, because October will be December, and then the question will be, well, you had all this time. Why didn't you do anything?
Thank you.
Is that where you're?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I was
So
just
do you
going to
want a
ask if you're
motion?
going to have that conversation with myself and Councilmember Roberts, can we have 3 people there? So this seems to be an issue she's very passionate about. I know we've talked about it a couple different times, and I want to make sure that we answer her questions. Can we have a third person for the internal conversation that we have?
I'm not opposed to it. I'm simply talking to you all because of your presence at the JPA meeting.
Because you've been at the JPA meetings, that's what he was referring to.
Okay.
But it wouldn't violate any Brown Act. It's just a matter of it does need to come back, but it does sound like there needs to be an internal discussion with the city managers group along with those who are represented in the JPA. When do you think this might be able to be
As
discussed?
soon as they're available.
Okay, and let me check my, yes, there is. This is the last one. We've had a young man, we've had a young man come before us twice. I know his first name and I knew his last, Frank. Forgive me for not recalling the last name. And I had an opportunity to speak with our economic development, director of economic development during the break. And I would like to make a request that we have a conversation on next steps to consider cannabis in operation in Vacaville. Did I say that right, Don? Okay. He shared with me that there had been discussion before with previous council members, not us. I think you might have been around, Roy, but and they started the process of discussion. So there's history with the subject matter. And so Don, Mr. Barry said that they really looked into it, put a plan in place, and then it's just a matter of knowing, okay, what's next. And so I would like to ask that that be placed on an agenda for a presentation on where we are in the discussion, not necessarily when I say we, but where's the city? Where did it stop? Where did that discussion end? And so I would like to have more information on.
Is this just a discussion about where the process and what has been discussed up to now? Because I mean that, I'll just say that that's also going to require a lot of staff time, and there's a lot of information that's on our plate right now. So I'm just,
Well, only because, well, yes, I still would like for that discussion, information to be brought back to us. And I'm not sure, can I ask the city manager at this time, can I ask you, are you familiar with where the discussion stopped, ended, or what's the status of?
Oh, absolutely. I'm familiar with the effort and the undertakings that have been done to date. The council had some ideas and some recommendations, and then it stalled because of a variety of different factors. And one of those is, we presented a bunch of different information, some different ideas of different business types to allow, because essentially there's 4 or 5 different categories, if you will. And so there was some discussion about what would be the right formula, but there was never any decision. The gentleman who spoke tonight also made reference to some of the dialogue that prior council members had on this subject. And it's valid that, some of the council members were curious about observing the data and the trends and everything that's happened. I can tell you this, for us to figure that piece out of what's changed in the industry and what's, happened since the last time we've talked about this several years ago to now, is going to take quite a bit of research to figure that out. And it's kind of slipped out of the bag here tonight that we're down some staffing resources in 2 of the main 2 departments that have been working on this subject. So with all the other competing priorities, it's not to say that I can't bring this back to you. We can, but the timing it will take some time to get that update for the council to give you what is the current status of that industry here in Vacaville, the good, bad, and the ugly of the industry as it's changed over the past couple of years, because it's certainly not what the industry expected. It's much different in some cases, and so it will take some time to get that information to bring.
So with it taking time, are we talking about November, October, is that the way? Or are we talking about November, just to say what is?
I'd have to check with my staff and see what's what, but you saw the list that Ms. Morris's department was doing for housing. And Dawn is now a department of 1 in a couple of weeks. So we have some work to do. But what I can do is I can certainly talk with our team, get an idea of what would all be involved, so we don't leave you hanging, and we'll come back and give you, I can send council an update as to what that would be involved in the timing.
I would actually just also add that it would probably be months and months. I'm certain that's what's going to come back. There's too many things that are on the radar of what we're trying to do, and then everything that we're going to ask them to do is going to have time. Not that it couldn't be an important discussion, I think, for the council. The council's changed. The community may have changed. The industry certainly has changed. And I don't think that it's simply going to be, let's just step right back to where we were and all we have to do is move forward. It's almost as if you almost have to completely reassess it. Yes, Mr. City.
So one of the things that I should have mentioned, and I apologize, Councilmember Chapman, we haven't done this already for you. I think what could be helpful for you, I believe that the other council members, including the mayor, just because in his prior role with city as staff, was involved in some way with the industry and what the city options were and so forth. If you haven't had a presentation that we did for all your colleagues on the council when this happened way back when, to get you informed of what is the industry, what it does involve, because to the mayor's point, if the city was to roll out any type of program related to this industry, whether it's one business or 5 or 10 or whatever, now it becomes a very significant effort of application process. The council has to do all kinds of decision-making of screening applications, who gets what's the community benefit. There is a magnitude of stuff that has to happen. And so we can certainly sit down, our team that worked on this, we can make an appointment, walk you through that so you have a better understanding there. And then in the meantime, while we're doing that, again, I can work with our team to figure out what would be required or necessary to get the update on the information between then and now so that we can come back and give council an update.
Am I the one, all the rest of were part of the conversation? You've already heard a presentation on this?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear the full question, but I'm speaking for myself. I recall a lot more details of where we were at. We hired staffers specific for this. In our attorney office, we hired a consultant. So I'd like an update as well, whether it be private or publicly.
Yes, you can get me or share the data with me that you have thus far, that they're already familiar with. I would appreciate it. And then we can.
We're going to get an update on that. I'd like an update on the litigation from some of our neighboring cities on their process, that there were some litigation. That I would be interested to know more about that information before we replicate or consider replicating something that's led to.
So maybe the best process here is for you to work with staff to try to have a better understanding as a team of what the ask would be to actually require staff time and the length of time to provide a level of update. In the meantime, give you or anyone else who wants a private update in one-on-one meetings. This is probably not going to go away. There's continued public perceptions and pushes that are out there. I have my own experience, and I've also known in the industry it's not the panacea that everyone thought it was going to be. It's a lot more implications and impact, and so I think all that would have to. What we're doing is we're opening up a whole warehouse of thoughts, ideas, and implications that we don't have the resources for. So if all of a sudden we're opening that, I think the bigger picture is that there's a real cost of not only time that staff that we don't have, and then having another conversation about what are we going to put on the sidelines, on the back burner for all the other things we're talking about that are important. Because I'm not saying it's not an issue, but if everything's a priority and this all of a sudden is becoming a priority, something's going to have to give. This right now.
So, Mr. Mayor, just to be clear, if this is the council's the council supports bringing something back like this, that's fine. We can put that together. But if other council members have specifics that they want to know about, what's occurred in the industry, it would be very helpful for you to vocalize that tonight so that we can go ahead and incorporate that into the scope of work for the update that we need to. That will clearly, the more information that you want, it will take us more time to put together, but we'll try to be expeditious with that. Bring it back so you can have this conversation. Else that you want to know, legislative updates, costs, whatever, that would be helpful.
Yeah. You're asked. I mean, you seconded, right? That's what.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a matter of, the request is to get an update of where we were in the past, and I myself am not clear as why things just stopped. So saying I'm for or against, I'm not clear on the discussions that we as a council where we left off.
Is this something that you can bring back in in items from reports of the city manager as far as an update in the future, as far as what
I think that's a good approach.
Huh?
I think that's a good approach.
Yeah.
Yeah, come back to reports from the city manager in the future to tell us about what it's going to take before you're going to come back with a presentation.
Are you okay with that, Dr. Chapman? Good start.
Yes.
Okay.
All right. Let me look and see who's next on the list then. Councilmember Roberts.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, that's one of the topics I was going to bring up. The only other thing that I really had was I wanted to possibly get an update on where we're at with the solar, because I know Vacaville Unified just finished their solar project of $28 million, which is going to generate $55 million, or save the school district about $55 million. And where we're at with that, because I know I've been bugging staff about that for 3 years now. So I'd really like to get that moving, because that's just an example of what the school district has done, and they have less money than we do, and they were able to accomplish that, and they just passed in 2021. So within 2 years, they were able to get that project completed. Kind of along those same lines with the feedback we're getting and the contention with the battery storage project. Maybe check the feasibility of a solar farm going that location, because I know you can fit about 2,000 solar panels per acre is about the industry standard. And so out there, you're talking about 60 to 100,000 panels. So I know that's what, 50 acre site total for the Menard battery storage is that? And see feasibility there, because that could possibly get us close to being net zero for a city from a single location, depending on whatever studies can come from that, how much can actually be produced on that site.
So real quick, let me interrupt. We're talking about a site, and we're talking about we're in an INRA right now. We shouldn't be talking about a particular site. Mr. City Manager, do you have a comment?
Well, just to confirm, Councilmember Roberts, you're referring to our solar project out there at the utility area, or out there on Fry Road.
No, I was talking about where the Menard is. Not saying that we want to put something there, just like
Understood, but your first comment asking about the status update of our solar project.
Yeah, just our solar in general. Like, I know I believe they say they're studying, like, getting consultants for the NEM 2.0 and seeing the feasibility for future solar projects as well.
Okay. So
just an overall solar project for the city update.
Okay. So we can certainly try to bring back something that takes all the different pieces, because there's a variety of moving parts with the whole alternative energy thing. And we're actually planning to come back to you with a proposal for evaluating microgrids and those kinds of things. So we have a lot of different alternative energy subjects going on. And so if you're looking for a comprehensive update on where all those different moving pieces are, I can try to put something together for you on that.
Yeah, I'm not looking for something super detailed, just the status of the one we've already approved.
And I may just send you, council, a memo on that. With regards to the potential for alternative energy on our site out there near Leisure Town, the mayor's correct. We currently are in an INRA on that. And so to go any further with any other type of discussion would be, might be perceived as a contract. Now, it's not to say that we can't look at what we're doing, say, out on our treatment plant site, X amount of panels on X amount of acres to get to your point.
Yeah,
but,
no, just like purely like, hey, if for some reason something didn't go through, is like if we wait until after that point, if it continues or doesn't continue, now you're tacking on a couple extra years on top of that. Like just saying, hey, a 50-acre site, how much energy would that generate? Doesn't have to be that particular site, just a 30-acre site, how much energy would that generate for the city?
We can try to figure out some magic formula for you, but I would prefer to leave the other property out of the discussion as we're currently in contract with the NRA for that evaluation process.
Vice Mayor Wiley.
Just a couple of items. I can't believe that, this is really almost, school's been in session for probably close to a month now with the public schools. And Councilmember Roberts and I have a meeting with the Travis School District shortly to just have a 2x2 with Travis as well. But I am happy to say that this week when I drove by, there were 2 crossing guards at Cambridge because it's so crazy with people stopping and crossing and double parking. So I don't know if that's the city or if it's the school district, but it was great to be able to see 2 crossing guards at Cambridge to try to help prevent a tragedy from happening there. So that's cool. And then also we'll find out more about the TGIF and whether people are getting, is there still a waiting list or is there not a waiting list for the TGIF at schools? And it was great to see the youth here tonight with all the programs at PAL and, the ball team and everything. We offer, I think, a lot of programs for the youth in Vacaville, but it's so important that we continue doing that. And I don't know if I've missed some emails, but is the youth roundtable up and going again? Okay, I guess. Okay, I haven't seen it, but.
It's in existence. They have not met in a number of months. They've gone to a quarterly meeting schedule. And right now, I don't believe the next meeting date has been set, but we can verify that and make sure council.
Well, I think it's really important for everyone to kind of be focusing and talking on that as well. So that was just for schools. And this Friday on another situation is a special ceremony. Police are involved and the city's involved and veterans involved for the POW ceremony. So anyone that is available to come at 10 a.m. on Friday, it's a very moving ceremony to participate in. And just also the Pony Express, it's so good to see that has almost got everyone moved in, and we have an affordable housing for seniors. And the presentation that I saw through a group from the church, they're also having transitional housing and support for people. So getting people off the street and into Pony Express is a wonderful thing. We wish we could do it 10 times as much, but at least it was really great to hear that we are doing that right now. So those are just my comments.
Councilmember Stockton.
Yes, thanks. I'll be quick. It's almost 10:30. Last Thursday, September 7th, we finally had our community meeting for the Menard Energy Project, and I just wanted to go out of my way to thank the city staff and Menard Energy for making themselves available to answer the public's questions. Over 200 people in attendance. I know it went longer than anticipated. Very appreciative that we were able to utilize the space at Solano Community College. It actually was well attended. We always talk about wanting to get input and engagement with our community, and that was a prime example of how successful it can be when you notify everybody and people have an opportunity to come and speak their mind. Everybody that showed up got to ask their question if they stayed and waited their turn. So with that, I know that staff had to hang out a little later than initially anticipated, so I wanted to thank them. Aaron Morris did an incredible job facilitating. he really helped make sure that everyone felt heard and got their questions asked and answered, and also that it, didn't prolong itself in a way that prevented other people from being able to ask their questions. But there were a lot of people there. Payman, Bavond, Nancy Tillits, forgive me if I pronounce your names wrong. I apologize. Nancy Tillotson, Noah Rumboa, Aline Lee, Angelina Clara, Sarah Nolan, Chris Concepcion, Jill Childers, Georgianne Magers-Smith, Dawn Burris, Joanna Leal, Stephanie Munoz, Cody Hess, Corey Booth, and Angelina Harone all hung out along with representatives from the Vacaville Police Department. I don't have all of their names, but I did appreciate that all of you were there. You were visible to the community, and you helped the folks there have that opportunity that we try to provide to get the engagement and commitment from them on these projects to be able to speak their minds. So I just wanted to say thank you. Lastly, I wanted to thank the mayor for and Sheila for helping me with the recognizing the Little Leaguers today. That was a really special thing to do here, and I'd like to do that more often. I think the council and probably everybody here in the city staff wants to celebrate the accomplishments of everybody in our community, especially the youth. And so if there are good things that are happening in Vacaville, or kids that are making accomplishments, and it doesn't have to be athleticism, it could be in school or in other aspects of achievement, we want to celebrate those achievements with them and recognize them here in council chambers. So the Vacaville PAL kids were here the whole day, asked some great questions, and I thought that was absolutely phenomenal. So I wanted to recognize them too. I wish we would have got a picture with them too. They do a lot, they volunteer and they're engaged, and they are the next generation of public safety professionals and public servants to our community. So it's incredible to see them here, and I appreciate that they came and spoke. That's pretty much it. That's all I got. So thank you.
Councilmember Ritchie.
Yeah, I'll try to be very fast. So yeah, it's just kind of segue off. And thank you, Jeanette, for mentioning the POW event happening on Friday. That's something that's really important and passionate. Myself and Sylvan, we're also at the Menard Energy, and it was amazing. It was amazing to see what the staff did. Dawn and Reggie in the back, and yes, everybody was there. But it was just amazing to see the support and just the community coming together. They're coming together passionately upset about something, but at least they're coming together. It's amazing to see the engagement and just kind of the importance of what that represented. We'll get to that outcome. Really just the reflection of kind of like this last 2 weeks. There's a huge event. It was a kickoff of the Vacaville Youth Soccer. That place was on fire out at Horse Creek. It shows how many people in the community, how many kids are out there doing athletics. It was really good to see that again, and just kind of really just partake. And actually, I was at another event with soccer, but it's the calls I was getting it was so crowded. People were parking illegally and people couldn't get out. It's just the amount of sports we have in our city and kids thriving was amazing. So when it comes to just, another event, just really it's about, we had a lot of stuff with the flag and groups showing up, opposing, supporting, but it was amazing that the tempo, the energy felt different today. And, I noticed it, and it's all about coming together. We'll have our time to make the decision of how we're gonna go, set a mandate, but it was interesting to see the tone, and it felt a little more not so combative, but hey, we're trying to find mutual grounds of understanding. And just maybe I felt different about kind of the tempo I felt in the room, but it also reminded me of another event's happening this Friday. At sundown is Rosh Hashanah. It's the Jewish New Year's. So I was down at the temple, and I was making a horn to blow in the new year. And it's amazing as I look around. There were kids of every ethnic background at that temple. My my little kid looked very different than every other kid, but it was amazing to see how the community has these subgroups and we all come together. And just, this is another example. I walked there with my son right downtown in Vacaville on Main Street, and it just makes this community so special. I'm this 300+ pound black guy walking into a Jewish temple, and I felt welcomed. And like that's, I'll never forget that feeling of making sure that everyone feels welcome in the city. So it just, to me, that this weekend was the Sunday was a way for me to kind of realize what's so special about this community. And we all have a place, we're all gonna feel welcomed, and just, it helped me really just kind of stay grounded at like what's so special about Vacaville. And I just wanted to kind of mention that because it's just, we're here and it's 10:30 at night, and we're all here to make sure the city's better, and we leave it better than we got it when we got elected here. And your guys, your jobs, everyone comes to work to make the city better. So it's just, a lot of people don't see the hard work and effort that we do and the staff does, but it's really evident. And I just kind of want to really mention that.
Thank you. Just a couple of quick comments. Didn't know that there is a lot of activity downtown this weekend, so we might as well plug, come downtown. There is a jazz festival from Friday to Sunday, all kinds of events. That's that kind of experience we all want. We just have to be part of it. So I know that there's also a ceremony on Sunday night in the downtown military tribute. I think a lot of us will be there on Monday or Friday morning from considering the POW MIA. It's somber when you really review the proclamation. It's somber when you really think of what is still out there for those who served our country. And with that, just a final remembrance of this week was another, it's 22 years since 9/11. And I couldn't help but recall even myself, there was a question that was posed, do you remember where you were? And it's like it was yesterday. And it was personal to our country, personal to a lot of us, but it was also personal in a sense of police and fire, just to see the actions of those who lost their lives on that day, but also who have lost their lives in 22 years since then. So we should never forget that. And it is something that if you didn't know, there's a piece of the I-beam of the tower that's out front of the police department as a permanent memorial, as a gift in exchange for ongoing ceremonies for those who can come out there but not everybody knows that it's there, but those who do, it's a strange sensation to walk up and sit down in a quiet moment, put your hand on it and realize what was going on at the moment that beam fell and what's important to us. Community is very important to all of us. I know I share the similar passion on this council in the community and all of you as staff. So thank you all again for all that you do and to the community. I think we have a great place here, and we all want what's best for Vacaville. So with that, we're going to bring this evening to an end. There is no closed session, and this meeting is adjourned. Good night, Vacaville.